The November 1st, 2006 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. We make this announcement as a matter of course these days. We have a new sprinkler system in the building here. It's state-of-the-art, and should alarms activate, and we have no reason to believe that they will, during today's meeting, we would evacuate the building, and once outside, we'll assemble on the Las Vegas Boulevard side of the property. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. As I say, this is an automatic announcement, no reason to think that anything is going to happen today. So before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation in recognition of Native American Heritage Month, given this morning by Leroy Spotted Eagle, spiritual leader, Southern Paiute Nation, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Thank you, Mayor and council members and the people that are here. My name is Leroy Spotted Eagle. I'm chairman of the Southern Paiute Nation, spiritual leader. I'm glad to be here. I humbled myself in front of you today, asked the Creator for a blessing for each and every one of us that are in this building today. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and give the prayer. Our Heavenly Father, Father God, we thank you for this beautiful morning that we have today. We thank you for watching over us as we slept throughout the night. Thank you for watching our homes and our children, taking care of us, of this great city of Las Vegas. We ask you to bless each and every one of these council members that are here today. Bless them all in a good way. Bless them with good health and a long life. Bless them with the knowledge that they need to make the right decisions for the people. Again, our Heavenly Father, we ask you to bless our mayor of our great city. Take care of him. Watch over him wherever he goes. Keep that trail open for him so he's able to get where he wants to go safely. Watch over his family. As with all the other council members, watch over their family and their homes. Bless the water that they drink. Bless the food that they eat. Bless everything that they have, our Heavenly Father. Our Heavenly Father, we ask you to bless the children today that danced for us out in the arena outside. Bless each and every one of them, for they are our future, our Heavenly Father. Bless their parents for supporting them and bringing them here, our Heavenly Father. We ask you to take care of them. Bless them in a good way. And with all the other children that are in here in this building, our Heavenly Father, we ask you to bless each and every one of them with a good life and a healthy one. We ask you to take care of them at this time, our Heavenly Father. Bless every other one of us that are here tonight, today, our Heavenly Father, this beautiful day that the Creator has given us. Bless our soldiers, our Heavenly Father, that are fighting a war a long way from home, our Heavenly Father. We ask you to give them the strength and the courage and the knowledge that they need so that one day they can get back home with their loved ones, our Heavenly Father. As I said, veterans coming up on this Veterans Day, our Heavenly Father. We ask you to bless our veterans and bless the families that have lost their sons in the foreign war, our Heavenly Father. Bless them for they made the ultimate sacrifice so that we're able to enjoy the freedoms that we enjoy in this country and to say what we want, do what we want, our Heavenly Father. We ask you to bless their lives, our Heavenly Father. Bless the ones that have been around, our Heavenly Father. Bless them, give them the courage that they need so they could continue on with their life, our Heavenly Father. As veterans, our Heavenly Father. We pray for them, our Heavenly Father, every day. Bless their lives and their souls, our Heavenly Father, so that they're able to come back to this society and be able to be dedicated to this country, our Heavenly Father, and be able to function at a good level, our Heavenly Father. Again, our Heavenly Father, we pray for the medicines, the doctors, all the people that are involved with helping people, our Heavenly Father. We ask you to take care of them. Bless the ones that are sick, our Heavenly Father, that cannot be with their loved ones. We pray for them at this time, our Heavenly Father. And the ones that are home waiting on to be come home again, our Heavenly Father. The ones that are worried about their loved ones that are sick, our Heavenly Father. We ask you to pray for them, comfort them, our Heavenly Father, in these times, our Heavenly Father. Again, our Heavenly Father, bless the ones, our leaders of our country, our Heavenly Father, from the president all the way down, our Heavenly Father, down the line, the lawyers, the council members, the chiefs of our tribes, the medicine people, and the medicines that we have, our Heavenly Father. Bless the medicines, our Heavenly Father, that you give us. The four laborers, our Heavenly Father, that feed us, our Heavenly Father, we thank you for them. And the reed ones, our Heavenly Father, we thank you for them too, our Heavenly Father. Thank you for everything that you're giving us, our Heavenly Father. And most of all, our Heavenly Father, thank you for us for we're alive today, our Heavenly Father. Thank you for that life that you give us, our Heavenly Father. For it is the most precious gift that you have given us, our Heavenly Father. Again, bless our children, our Heavenly Father, that are there. Again, our Heavenly Father, bless each and every one of these council members, our Heavenly Father, in a good way, our Heavenly Father. Take care of them, look after them, as they with all the people of the world, our Heavenly Father. I pray one day that we all could get along, our Heavenly Father, in this world. For we all human beings, our Heavenly Father, regardless of the way we look, or the color of our skin, or the way we speak, or the way we worship, our Heavenly Father. I pray for all of us, our Heavenly Father. Well, what's up, Amen? Thank you.
I would like to invite all of you guys out to Veterans Powwow this weekend out at exit 75 on I-15. We're going to be honoring all the veterans of all colors and creeds. So all veterans are welcome and all the public's welcome. Please come out and join us for celebration of our veterans. Thank you for having me.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's a great city, isn't it? It gets no better. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and for our first item, the Mayor Pro Tem will recognize the November Citizen of the Month. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can I have Dr. Jackson come up, please? Help me make this presentation today. We're going to honor today a lady that has been very, very active not only in my ward, but throughout the city of Las Vegas, as well as Clark County and North Las Vegas. Would Earl Sally Paredes please come forward? Earl Sally is going to be our November Citizen of the Month. Earl Sally is a native Guatemalan and has been in the United States for 35 years. All in those years, she has owned businesses here in Las Vegas. She moved to Vegas in 1985 from Los Angeles. Earl Sally has a nonprofit foundation, and is the Del Pueblo Foundation, it's called. She formed this foundation 3 years ago. She has two daughters, Earl Sally and Carla, and as members of the board, as well as Susan Martinez from my office. Through this foundation, she has made many, many donations. There's about 12 to 15 elementary schools. I couldn't remember all of them. the likes of C.P. Squires, Crestwood Elementary School, Ronaldo Martinez, Waldo Bracken, Manuel Cortez, Rex Bell, Clay McCall, Richard Wendell, Elaine Wynn, Faye Heron, Wayne Gregson, as well as Sunrise Elementary School. She's donated over, I can't even estimate the cost, but these kids, she donated Christmas presents for these kids, and they're not the nickel and dime type Christmas presents. They're bicycles. I can't even begin to explain to you the presents she gives these kids at these schools for Christmas. She donated 6,000 pair of elementary shoes to these elementary schools. Now, we're talking Nike. We're talking really, really nice tennis shoes. She has done so many things for our community that I represent. It's unbelievable. I'm honored to name LSI our Citizen of the Month, and I want Dr. Jackson to explain a little bit about what else LSI has done. Doctor?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. In addition to what Councilman Harris has stated, Ms. Vivarius has been very generous to the Department of Leisure Services in particular. As she closed one of her stores, the Mercado de Pueblo store, she gave the entire contents of the store to Leisure Services. And from that, we were able to do a lot of things for our senior citizens in particular, and also our recreation division. And in fact, we filled up 3 30-foot cargo containers thanks to you. And we're very grateful for what you've done. And so as a token of that, we also want to give you a small something made by our seniors from Ed Jost, our senior division manager. They put that together for you to hang for the fall, and we hope you'll enjoy it. And thank you again for your very generous donation to our department.
Also, you have really outdid yourself. You mean so much to the citizens of Las Vegas, as well, like I said, as well as the county of North Las Vegas. You really make a difference in our community. And I just want you to know that we're proud of you, and we're just tickled to death that you are our Citizen of the Month. Thank you.
And
we're going to have your name placed out on 4th Street for the next month.
Thank you so much.
wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Goodman.
Thank you so much. That was great. Now you're going to recognize some very special championship baseball players, right?
That's it, buddy. We got some trophies over here. I was telling the coach out here before the council meeting started that I stand up here and I see these other baseball teams from other parts of the valley getting recognized. And so, to me, this is really special. These are 15, 16-year-old kids from Central Little League. And if I could just have the coaches, Val, Brandon, and Evan, and Steve, and Val, please come forward. These are District 2 state champions. They represented Nevada against Washington, Idaho, Montana, Oregon, Arizona, Utah, Hawaii, Southern California, California. And they have really outdid themselves. I'm going to have the coach say a few words here before we bring the players up. Coach.
You asked for the coach?
Well, I want you to talk.
You want me to talk? Okay. I'm the president of Central Little League. These are the coaches. These are the guys that did the work. And they deserve recognition, as do these players. One thing I'd like to point out, I've been in Central Little League for 21 years. And that's, you're in Central Little League's boundaries right now. So, you know, it's downtown all the way up to the mountain. And something special about this team, I got to travel with them. And the special thing about this team is they are just that, the epitome of a team. Every one of them sacrificed, every one of them worked hard. Their parents never complained. That's a record for all the All-Star teams I've sent. You know, they were supportive, they worked hard, and because of that kind of team, that kind of companionship, they were successful and went all the way to Oregon, where we came real close to going to the World Series. So, I get 2 games short, but still, it was great. And so, these kids really deserve the recognition you're about to give them.
Thank you very much. first one on the list, I can't pronounce his last name, so I'm going to try. Sam, would you please come forward? What is it again?
It's Achapong.
Yeah. Dana Young, Greg Bieger, Jared Hogan, Larry Valdez, Nathan Murray, Jordan Gonzalez, Steve Martin, Matt Schutte, Lazar Al-Media, Richard Hernandez, and Justin Hall. And I'd like to have all the parents please stand up and be recognized at this time also. And I know you boys watch the World Series. It's just really tickles me to death to think that one day one of these young men may be playing in the World Series if they just keep it up. It is possible. All they got to do is listen to the coaches and the parents and do their homework, and they'll do great. Coach?
Like I said, Mike, you've heard that this was a team. I mean, the parents were great. They all traveled with us. I never had any complaints, which is very rare for all-stars normally. What I kind of call pageant parents. You know, it's their way. It's not our way. The coaches were great, and like I said, these kids worked hard. It's pretty much every day we're out there working, and they still were able to keep up on the grades and keep them up. And I think as they go on into further into high school and stuff like that, that they'll be very successful.
Thank you very much, you guys.
These guys look like they're in college. What do you mean they're not in high school yet? It's unbelievable. Their arms shrinking, or you guys are growing. That's terrific. Congratulations. Congratulations, fellas.
Good job.
Great job. Great job.
Great job. Congratulations.
Terrific job. Great job. That's great. Okay, for our next item, Councilman Weekly and Councilman Ross will recognize American Indian Heritage Month. Councilman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Isn't this a great morning? And Mayor Pro Tem, I'll just have you know I started in Central Little League, and Val, I wanted you to know that too. Before the city grew, that was the league. That's where I started. It still is the league. Well, what a great opportunity for me. Did everybody get a chance to watch these kids dancing out in the courtyard this morning? Weren't they incredible? Councilman, can you bring them down here right now as we do this? Is that all right with you? Fawn, would you bring those kids down here? And folks, as these kids come down, take a look at their outfits. Aren't they just incredible? Come on down here, kids. And as they're making their way, oh, they look great. Don't they sound good, too? Shake and shimmy, girls. Good morning. Just walk right down that way. You guys look wonderful. Aren't these incredible outfits? Now stand right up front here while we do this. As our community grows and we have more opportunities to acknowledge the accomplishments of our residents, especially our young people, it is important to remember that Las Vegas does have a rich cultural history. Native Americans were the first residents of our valley with history and traditions dating back thousands of years. Councilman Weekly and I are fortunate to have within our ward boundaries a sovereign nation, the Paiute tribe, which has contributed greatly to the development of southern Nevada. More than 30,000 American Indians representing over 45 individual tribes and groups add to the richness and diversity of Las Vegas. November is American Heritage Month and is dedicated to recognizing the intertribal cultures and the achievements of the original peoples of this land. The city is pleased to promote awareness of the history and culture of our Native Americans. At this time, I would like to present a proclamation to the American Indian Chamber of Commerce, and if Deborah Sillick, the Executive Director, and board members Marshall Hunt and Lasagna Maxey, would you please come down here and receive this proclamation? The mayor, come on down here in front. The mayor and the members of the City Council are presenting to you with this proclamation in recognition of the Chamber's work in support of Native Americans. And with that, I'm going to turn the time over to Councilman Weekly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I just want to say on behalf of Mayor Goodman and the members of the Las Vegas City Council, we are so very honored to have each of you here today. As you well know, we take great pride in recognizing outstanding contributions of all races and cultures here in our city. And so, Fawn, I'd like you to just say a few words, if you will. Fawn is the instructor who teaches these children how to dance and be proud of who they are and celebrate their culture and their rich history. And so, Fawn, thank you so very much for your outstanding contribution. And, Councilman, it's my honor sharing this with you. And I don't think that you or Mayor Goodman are going to make it to Dancing with the Stars anytime soon.
Oh, come on. Thank you, Councilman Weekly. Well, I just want to recognize all the dancers that are here today. They're with our Native Dance Troupe. The Native Dance Troupe is hosted and sponsored by Las Vegas Paiute Tribe, and they're host to many tribes. We have over 30 different nations that are represented and 65 students that are registered. We have just a few of them that are here with us today, but one is Joanna Baca, Jeanette Patty, Fern Ben, Geneva Ben, Rena Salazar, Soy Martinez, Leah Irving, Barbara Hartzell, Taylor Patterson, Paloma Marcos, Regina Norte, Adrian Norte, Jason Udo, and Kylie Stroud. And I'd like to give a special introduction to Barbara Hartzell. She's one of our dance instructors, very talented, and she's leading the way for a lot of our young children here.
And Juan, let me present the proclamation to you. It declares November 2006 as American Indian Alaska Native Heritage Month, and we are recognizing the Native Dance Troupe of Las Vegas. We ask all of our citizens to join us in celebrating the diversity and recognize the Native Dance Troupe as we celebrate American Indian and Alaska Native Heritage Month. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's great. Wonderful job. Where's Deborah?
Deborah, can you come up here, say a few words to Tammy Collins?
Sure. Go for it.
Well, it's a great honor to be here. It's very humbling. And I'd like to thank the mayor and the council for including us, and for Fawn and her dance group. To be considered up here with them is quite an honor. Oh, and I have to tell you something. They're all reminding me. We're having our first banquet. It's the Golden Eagle Feather Award Banquet. It will be at Sam's Town Live, and you'll see these wonderful dancers that are performing. And thank you.
That is going to be November 17th, and we're going to be continuing the celebration. We have a lot of entertainment, and we welcome each and every one of you. And please just contact the Chamber for information if you would like to attend. We would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Great job. Congratulations again.
Thank you again.
All right, we're celebrating our youth in the community, and for our next item, we'd like to recognize a very special member of our community on a very special occasion. I'd like to ask Mr. Harley LeMay, who is a very young, 100 years old today, to join us at the podium. Mr. LeMay? Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Boy, he's got a handshake like a vice. Terrific. Mr. LeMay has been a resident of Las Vegas since 1965, and he's led a very colorful life. In 1930, he learned to fly and bought his own plane. Because he was too old to serve during World War II, he obtained an age waiver and served as a flight instructor at Ryan Field, Arizona. And years later, during the Vietnam era, he was a helicopter flight instructor. Mr. LeMay has spent much of his life participating in local government to the benefit of the community. In the 1970s, he served on the State Commission for the Aging, and after retiring, he helped build the Senior Center in Pahrump. It is with great pleasure that we recognize Mr. LeMay's remarkable life and proclaim today in this proclamation as Harlan May Day in the city of Las Vegas. Mr. LeMay?
Thank you very much. Crown Royal for that. Crown Royal brought the old age.
Oh, man. He's a man after my own heart. He's a Crown Royal man. I mean, I knew it. I have a chance of being preserved then. I love this. This is great.
What do I do with this?
So why don't you tell him your secret to success other than Crown Royal?
Well, I don't know, just good hard work, good clean living, I guess. I could swear to that, too. I have that Crown Royal every night. That's a good preservative.
I am so happy that we honored you today. I'm so happy. That's great.
One every night.
Was that one drink or one bottle?
One drink.
Forget about it. For our next item, I'd like to ask Louise Helton to please join us. Louise is a member of our Las Vegas Centennial Committee. Why don't you come up to the podium, please, with the trustee, Sheila Moulton. And I'd like to turn the mic over to Louise to tell us about a very special project that we were involved with the school district and part of our centennial legacy. Louise?
Well, I am very excited to see so much that is about our history that has already gone before us this morning, and the rich history that everyone's been talking about is something that we all treasure here in Las Vegas. But we've not exactly had a real accessible means of teaching it to our children. So one of the things that we did in the Centennial, thanks to a project that Sheila Moulton brought to us, was to create a book on Las Vegas history. And it is now published in its final form, and it rolled out into the schools yesterday. So much of it is thanks to the Centennial Commission for the wonderful donation that they made that made this possible. And so we're here to say thank you and make the formal presentation so you know that the book is no longer a dream, it is a reality.
Thank you very much.
Did you want to say anything?
Well, I just want to thank the good mayor, because several years ago he wanted me to serve on the Centennial Committee, and I said yes, and somebody brought this book that looked like someplace from Los Angeles, and there was a publisher that said they wanted to do it for us, and then they disappeared. But they did not disappear from this community, because we found someone that would publish it and write it, and so I thank this city and the mayor and all of those that have supported this book, and it was wonderful yesterday to walk in and hand it to fourth graders, and they could just hardly put it down, and it's wonderful. And it is available for personal, you can buy it personally at local bookstores, and so it's wonderful, isn't it? I just love to see people's faces when they see it for the first time.
It's really terrific. It's amazing that nothing has changed. The first page that I open up to, William Clark's Bribes. And they blame me as to what I tell fourth graders.
This is a prediction of the next 100 years.
That's great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's great. For our next item, we'd like to recognize the Community Interfaith Council, and I'd like to ask two members of the council, Troy Martinez and Randall Burke, to join us at the podium. Gentlemen, come on up, please. This is an experiment waiting to take place. The gentleman came up to see me with Maria Castillo-Couch from our neighborhood service office about a month ago. And they had a proposal, and the proposal was an extraordinary proposal representing different faith-based groups, just about every kind of religion that you can imagine, banding together, asking the city to partner with them in order to resolve many of the social issues that are taking place in our community today. This is a very special occasion. We're going to have a prayer session this coming Saturday. Everybody is invited, of course, in the rotunda right outside where the dancing took place this morning, where these 80 faith-based groups will gather together with various representatives of the city of Las Vegas. I'll certainly be there. I wouldn't miss this one. And we're going to get involved in the beginning, really, of addressing issues to serve the poor, to renew families, and rebuild neighborhoods. And by joining together and partnering with the city, these groups will identify ways for utilizing community resources in a more effective manner and increase networking opportunities to better combat problems like drug addiction and homelessness, and ensure that this community is going to be a better place as a result of this effort at the end of the day. And I want to thank you very much, gentlemen, for taking the initiative with your colleagues out there who also were meeting with me to offer your services to the city. I think a partnership unlike any other. I think we're going to be leading the way. It's going to be really trend-setting, and the country will be watching us, because I know with your energy and your commitment and your faith that we will be able to succeed. So with that, I want to thank you today, and turn the mic over to you.
We just like the team, the city, the community interfaith council, just to stand over there. There's many. We have some from the Christian community, the Muslim community, the Buddhist community, and as you can see, the Hispanic community, the black community, the white community. We got white, black, Chicano, Mexican, Filipino, Jalapeno. We got everybody in. So we know that God loves everybody, and it was a real blessing just to be there and even see the Native American community this morning, and so I think it was just very fitting. And we know that we're all God's kids, but we also know that God's kids need help sometimes, and that's why this council is put together. It's going to be great to partner with the city, and I think that as we mobilize together, we can move from addition, because all of these groups here are already doing these things, but we know the city is approaching 2 million, and we need to multiply our efforts, and so that's why we're doing exactly what we're doing. And we thank the mayor and the city council for partnering with us, and we know that we're going to have lots of folks, and we do believe the world is watching. If we can do it here in Vegas, we can do it anywhere in the world. So thank you very much.
Great. And we prepared a proclamation, of course, applauding you today and proclaiming today Community Interfaith Council Day in the city of Las Vegas. Please take that and use that as your guide. Thank you. Amen is right. Good. See you Saturday. That's Saturday at 11 o'clock out in the Rotunda. Now for our final item, Councilman Ross is going to recognize a very special group of folks, the graduating members of the city's Citizen Leadership Academy. I'm not going to take away your thunder, Councilman, but this was really a project that was started by our city manager, Doug Selby. I think this is the 3rd year, is it not, Doug? 3rd year. It's very, very special, as Councilman Ross will tell you, and the people who go through this program are very special graduates today. And Councilman, we applaud you for recognizing them.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, everybody. Again, what a great opportunity it is for me to be here and recognize and introduce this item. This program is called the Citizens Leadership Academy, and these first 3 rows of folks right here with the big smiles on their faces and all of that intellect in their brains now and how this city works, they're sitting up here in front. When I was first elected as a councilman representing Ward 6, I heard about this academy, I heard about this program, and I thought this might be a good opportunity for me to get a quick study of how this city operates. I enrolled, and it was a wonderful experience for me, and I shared that with you folks this morning. It helped me understand just how this city functions and how to better serve as a councilman in this city. Not only did I learn how the city works, I had an opportunity to observe firsthand the quality of our employees. It is amazing how much city staff can accomplish with such limited means. This is the city's 3rd Leadership Academy. 74 citizens have graduated so far, including me. The Academy is a challenging program, as a lot of you said to me this morning. It consists of 34 hours of classes, 10 different workshops, Participants also get to ride along with city marshals, code enforcement, the Metropolitan Police Department, take tours of the Lead Animal Shelter, the Clark County Detention Center, and the Municipal Court. The Academy graduates are community leaders, and all of you, I want you to know that from the council. You are community leaders, and you will go on to become very active, serving in various boards and commissions and volunteering for special events, we hope. This is an exciting program that contributes greatly to the residents of this city, and I'm proud to be part of it. I'm proud to have gone through the program with you, and congratulations. Now I'm going to turn the time over to our city manager, Doug Selby, for some introductions.
Thank you. Just briefly, okay. One of the reasons we started the Academy was because city government has gotten very complex, very fast-paced, and I think over time cities have kind of lost touch with their constituents, especially the details about what a city does and how it operates and the challenges it faces. So with this Academy, we've got the opportunity just once a year, but we do have the opportunity to share with 25 special people from the city the inside workings of the city of Las Vegas, how their tax dollars get spent, and how we try our best to serve the community. And so it's with that background that we invite these folks to come into the city and to dedicate a tremendous amount of their own time and effort to learn more about the city. In return, all that we ask is that they share what they've learned, that they kind of be ambassadors, explain to their friends, their relatives, the people they work with, how the city operates, and to also tell us if they think we're going off course, if we could do something better, or if we could orient our services in a little better direction. We ask them to give us that input. The tradition is established in the first year is that the class picks one representative to speak on behalf of the whole class and to talk a little bit about the experience of the class. And with that, I'd like to invite Devendra Pappas, who was selected by the class this year, to say a few words.
Thank you, and good morning. I'm going to start off by thanking Mayor Goodman for letting me sit in his throne upstairs. The Citizens Leadership Academy Class of 2006 would first like to thank Dr. Selby for having the vision to create this class, and offer thanks to all of the City of Las Vegas staff that gave their time and shared their experiences to help in creating this program. We'd like to offer a very special thanks and recognition to Chris Knight and Maggie Plaster for everything they've done to facilitate this program and for being there for us every step of the way, especially for their support and patience with us as we ran every class late with our active participation. I asked my fellow classmates why they applied to become members of the Citizens Leadership Academy, how they think they will use the information they learned in this class, and asked them to describe their experience in this program in one word. Some of those words were insightful, empowering, awesome, informative, phenomenal, beneficial, enlightening, inspiring, and educational. We came because we hoped to meet key members of the city government, and that meeting them might evolve into a professionally advantageous relationship. And we wanted to learn about volunteer opportunities and learn how the city works. We have, in fact, learned so much about our city and how we are leading the way in so many ways. We have learned how innovative and forward-thinking our city is, and how progressive we are in facing the many special challenges that our city faces. We also came because we are all accountable to the people we share space with. Obviously, our involvement is very beneficial to our business and personal lives, but it's also a call to accountability. It is our privilege and our duty to be part of an educated and involved electorate. Individuals too often complain or try to shine light on a concern without knowing how the machine works. We are either part of the solution or we're part of the problem. Anyone can complain. Leaders step up. Guess who we are? A little more. Our involvement has brought us valuable information that we will use to make our lives and businesses better, and will enable us to become more involved in the overall success of the city of Las Vegas. And whether we decided to continue into the world of volunteerism or politics, we have learned that even the smallest contribution can return huge rewards. I'd like to close with a statement from one of my classmates. She said, "We are all richer for the people that we meet," and I can tell you that every one of us is richer for this experience. And to tell all of you that you have not seen the last of us. Thank you very much.
Great job. Great job. That's a great job. Yes, certainly. What I'd like to do, really, because believe it or not, this is being televised. What I'd like you to do, each one come up, and I'll stand over here. And no, I need my TV time too. And come up and please state your name, and it'll be a record. You'll be able to order a copy of the video or have an ethics violation. Come on, let's go.
My name's Rob Clavier.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'm Harry Lee. I'm Gary Swansiger.
Perfect. Thank you.
Bill Peterson.
Great, Bill.
I'm Richard Reed.
Richard, great.
Edgar Patino.
Edgar, great job.
Thank you, Mayor.
Carmen Sean Miller.
Carmen, great job.
I'm John Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Congratulations again. You were great.
Davinda Pappas, I was told I forgot to wave.
That's a clean wave. Very good.
Stacy Truesdale.
Good job, Stacy.
Venus Carter Ramirez.
Venus, great job.
Manuel Martinez.
Martinez, good job.
Natalie Laniger.
Natalie, great job. Thank you.
Bethany Lafferty.
Great job.
I'm Vivian Connors.
Wonderful job.
I'm Gary Galdi.
Very great.
I'm Jennifer Schmidt, I'm supposed to say hi.
No, that's good. That's good. I read the article.
Ollie Moss.
Thank you.
Good.
Frank Menudo.
Congratulations again.
Mike Brown-Sestero.
Mike, terrific job. Great job.
Carol Chestnut.
Good job, Carol.
Owen Messina.
Oh, terrific. Right, thank you. Congratulations. It's terrific. Congratulations, each and every one of you. Try to stick around. Don't leave right away. We have a very interesting item on the consent agenda that we're going to pull today, and I think you'd get a kick out of it. That's it? That's it? Money? Very good. Yeah, Ronnie? This should be in the clerk's office, I think, the first copy. Yeah, that's a second. All right, we have an announcement that item number 4 on the redevelopment agency agenda will be stricken by staff during that portion of the redevelopment meeting.
Item number 11, any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
Your Honor, my sheet is blank, sir.
All right, that's the first time, I think, that I can remember in a long, long time. All right, that's excellent. We'll go on to item number 12, approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular city council meeting of September 20th, 2006.
Your Honor, no additional deletions. I make a motion for approval of minutes, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 13 through 42 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward? Mayor Pro Tem, I would like to bring item number 28 forward. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor and members of the council, I'd like to request item number 20 be brought forward for a brief discussion.
All right, that's 20 and 28. Anything else? All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. Item number 20 is approval of change of business name, change of location, change of ownership for a packaged liquor, package license, and a new restricted gaming license for 10 slots subject to provisions of the planning and fire codes. And number 28 is approval of $150,000 of community development block grant CDBG construction funds for the ADA improvements, minor rehabilitation, including amount limited to asbestos and lead-based paint abatement to be building located at 320 South 9th Street up to code. Are there any other items, council members? If not, Your Honor, I make a motion to bring these items forward and take the appropriate action.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 20 is approval of change of business name, change of location, and change of ownership for a package license and a new restricted gaming license for 10 slots subject to the provisions of the planning and fire codes and health department regulations from Myers Market 2 at 22 East Oakey Boulevard to Acosta Enterprises doing business as Rincon Latino number 3 at 3700 East Charleston Boulevard. These are in Ward 3. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor and members of the council, I would just like the request from the council to strike the portion of the agenda which reads a new restricted gaming license for 10 slots. The gaming actually is still being considered by the State Gaming Control Board, so we'll just be considering the package license today.
All right, very good. Thank you.
No question, Your Honor. I make a motion to follow Mr. DiFiore's recommendation.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 28 is approval of $150,000 of community development block grant construction funds for ADA improvements, minor rehabilitation, including but not limited to asbestos and lead-based paint abatement to bring the building located at 320 South 9th Street up to code. This is in Ward 3. Before I hear from you folks and recognize you today, this is a moment of which I've been waiting for a long time. Had a group called Family Promise, a wonderful, wonderful organization that took care of homeless families and transitioned them back into the community. And there was a matter that was on our agenda going back to May 17th, it seems like a million years ago of this year, where Family Promise came before the City Council and requested a rezoning from high-density residential to office, and Councilman Weekly was pulled in many different directions in trying to resolve the issue because his constituents felt that Family Promise was not properly situated in that location, and at the same time he recognized the value that Family Promise gives to this community. At the conclusion of the hearing, this council made a promise. I specifically promised to find a place, a new location within 6 months, and Councilman Weekly agreed to a 6-month extension, a grace period in effect, for the city to try to find, with Family Promise's assistance, a place of equal dignity that they were able to house their wonderful organization at, and the city real estate staff really committed themselves. We had meeting after meeting. Councilman Weekly had meeting after meeting with them. They met with me. I met with Family Promise, and we looked all over the city looking for a site, and finally we identified the old parsonage behind the downtown Senior Services Center at 320 South 9th Street as a possible location for Family Promise. And Family Promise toured the site, and apparently it's just what the doctor ordered. And now the city is putting $150,000 of community development block grant funds in order to make the facility pleasant and compliant with the necessary codes. And at our next meeting on November 15th, we will review the lease agreement as it's proposed between the city and Family Promise, and there will be no difficulty, I'm assured by everyone, of its being approved. Thanks has to go to the entire council, of course. Councilman Weekly for working so diligently to have this matter resolved. Councilman Reese, Mayor Pro Tem, for concurring with this project because it's now in his ward, and giving the project his blessing. The reason I'm bringing this up at this time, we were criticized. I felt very unfairly. We were the subject of some derision and scorn and obloquy by wise guys who think that they're pundits, and they owe us an apology, because when the city gives its word, the city keeps its word. It's that simple. Mr. Harson?
No, again, you covered everything perfectly. I would personally like to thank you, Councilman Weekly and Mayor Pro Tem Reese, for working with us in identifying this location. Again, we have Terry Lindeman here, the Executive Director of Family Promise. We've been working with her, and I think she'd like to say a few words.
I'd like to hear from her. Ms. Lindeman. Okay.
My name is Terry Lindeman. I'm the current Executive Director of Family Promise, formerly known as Interfaith Hospitality Network. Thank you, Mayor Goodman, Councilman Weekly, Councilman Reese, actually all of the council people on this board. I know personally that you were all involved in trying to find solutions for us. We met with some of you, with the mayor, and on behalf of our board, our staff, we're extremely grateful. We know this has been a very trying time for all of you as well as us, and the criticism was certainly hard to hear about ourselves too, so we understand how criticism feels. I would just hope that our entire city, not just our city hall, but like the people that were here today, learn to get involved, learn to volunteer, and learn not to criticize before they put that time in that nonprofit or in that city hall project. I believe, and my board believes this, that we make a better city by working together, and we are tremendously grateful for this new place. We say to our families when they leave that we promise to keep the light on for them. That's the same thing that my parents said to me when I was allowed to go out at the age of 17, which was a long time ago. But the families know they can always come back to us for assistance, for case management. They will not be homeless again because Family Promise is operating. Mayor Goodman, you made a promise on May 17th, and I believed that promise, and I told the press at the time I believed your promise. You kept your promise. Today we see that happening. Our lights are on because you kept that promise. So we're extremely grateful. And to the council and to so many departments in the city that I could not possibly name, also to our attorney, Mr. Robert Gronauer, his assistant Ann, to Kathy Andriaki, our board president. This was an extremely complex collaboration, but what it has done in this solution today has allowed us to keep our lights on, and we're very grateful. You'll be very proud of us. We're in all wards in the city, all over Clark County. Family Promise is working hard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was great. Thank you. We appreciate that. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. I just want to thank Councilman Weekly for his hard work, and of course yourself. I kind of inherited this facility. I did go out. I think I surprised Terry a little bit when I showed up at her present location, and I've always admired and appreciated people like herself that doesn't criticize what we do. But she is praises us for what we're attempting to do. And I just wish there was more people out there in the public, even in the press, that would really take to heart those comments you make. Because I really believe with people like yourself, and even with this interfaith council that the staff is creating and stuff, I think that all of us working together are going to make a difference. But again, though, I'm going to make the motion for approval, but this with Councilman Weekly's heart in my heart. Councilman?
Yeah, just real briefly, I do want to again thank Neighborhood Services very much, Mr. Harsons and Dr. Morris and Tim Withright and Sean Bolster very much, and all their staff who really worked very hard. And I know, Terry, this was a really hard process for all of us, and I really appreciate you all continuing to meet with Mayor Goodman and I and other members of this council to resolve this issue. And as Councilman Reese pointed out, and I want to thank you very much, Councilman Reese, very much for taking the project, because this was, again, going to still be in Ward 5, but due to redistricting beyond my control, I lost my downtown service center as well as this site here. But it's a beautiful site, and I think you all are going to be extremely happy, and we appreciate working with you all. And I thank you very much for, just continuing to be my friend through this process, and thank you guys very much. Thank you.
Thank you. And with the motion, Your Honor, I would also like to invite the public to come down there to that downtown senior center. It was an existing church that's been transformed. I took a tour on Monday with my staff. I want to again thank Lisa and Tim and Steve for hosting it. But it really is amazing what's down there, and I think that the other council members need to go down there and look at it and just go through the facility. It's really, really nice, and I like the history involved in this at this location. So, Your Honor, I would just like to welcome Family Promises to Ward 3, and I make a motion to follow staff recommendation for approval of this item.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item 43 is a report from our city manager on emerging issues.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. A number of things happening between now and your next council meeting on November 15th I'd like to report on. Tomorrow night, Ward 6 will be hosting an information fair. This is from 6:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. at Thompson Elementary School at 7351 North Campbell Road near Fort Apache and Severance Lane. There'll be representatives from the city and the county, Nevada Department of Transportation, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, Nevada Power, the Las Vegas Valley Water District, some area and community organizations, and Councilman Ross, all present to provide information, answer questions, and address concerns of constituents in that area. The First Friday event is scheduled for this Friday again, the continuing very successful downtown arts-focused event held the first Friday of each month. The festivities start at 6 p.m. and again parking is available at the Clark County Government Center with shuttles available to the Arts District from there. On Saturday, November 4th, a number of events taking place, some of them downtown on our parade route. Along 4th Street, the first event that will occur is Nike Town 5K. This event starts at 8 a.m. and I believe Mayor Goodman, you're the starter for the event.
Right, and the finisher at the starting line.
Okay. Then at 11 o'clock, there'll be a peace march downtown. That's a march scheduled by a group to promote freedom of speech. At 11 o'clock this Saturday, the community fair and bike rodeo will take place at Griffin Elementary School. That's located at 324 East Essex in Ward 1. That's an event designed for the whole family. We also have the Children's Book Festival downtown from noon to 4 o'clock at Centennial Plaza. The city is co-hosting this with Target stores. The goal is to help young people develop a love of reading, and so there'll be featured book exchanges, celebrity readings, and live theater performances. That plaza is located at Lewis and 4th Avenue for those who are interested. There'll be a neighborhood cleanup in Ward 5 on Saturday morning. The boundaries for that cleanup are Vegas Drive on the north, Washington on the south, MLK on the east, and Tonopah on the west. Anybody who's interested in that and may not know about it yet can call 229-6405 for more details. On Sunday, November 5th, the annual Hispanic International Day Parade will be held downtown, beginning at 9 a.m. This parade is about 2.5 weeks late because it got rained out during its originally scheduled date. A reminder to everybody that Tuesday, November 7th is Election Day, so last chance to vote. And a reminder also that November 10th is a day in which all governmental offices will be closed to observe Veterans Day. And speaking of Veterans Day, part of that weekend, the Veterans Day weekend, the Fremont Street Experience will hold its annual Patriot Party on November 10th and 11th on the Mall. More information on that's available on the Fremont Street website, which is vegasexperience.com. The annual Veterans Day Parade will also take place downtown on November 11th along 4th Street. That starts at 10 a.m. And just the last item to report, the Events Center Task Force held a meeting last week at which we received the draft final report from our consultant assessing the options and feasibility of a new event center in Southern Nevada. The City Council and the County Commission will get a full report from the task force and the consultant at your first meeting in December, but I'll share with you a few of the findings of the consultant at this time. Number one, there is a need for a new event center in Southern Nevada to accommodate larger and more significant events than we can host today. Number two, it's not practical to rebuild the Thomas and Mack, where most events are held at this time. That would have to be taken out of service for a year to 18 months, which would compromise the events that are being held there. And there would still be some question as to whether that would really meet the need of a outstanding new event center. The new center, based upon cost escalation for the Las Vegas area and the cost of event centers in other communities that have built them, is about $400 million. And notably, Las Vegas has now reached the level where we are a market for Major League sports. NBA and NHL have been examined by our consultant, and they've concluded that we have entered that population range where we now become a viable market for those Major League sports. And finally, of the 17 preliminary sites that were offered for consideration to the consultant, two of those, or there are four in the top tier, two of those are in downtown Las Vegas. So that concludes my report. And again, you'll hear more about the event center at your first meeting in December.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments?
I have one question.
Yes, Councilor Weekly.
Thank you very much. There's many pressing issues as we have, Dr. Selby. I just wanted to bring up a concern that I have, if you could maybe inquire about it and see if there is some form of relief that we can get here. At Fountain Park, as you well know, we received some great news that we have acquired another piece of property, and I want to again thank Chris Knight and Vicki Cram and all the folks from Government Affairs who assisted in this on the corner of Vegas Drive and Decatur. And we've been working with Dr. Jackson from Leisure Services as well as Public Works and trying to figure out how we're going to use this piece of land and get the maximum use out of it. One of the concerns that I have is the two, well, not the two, but the synthetic turf fields that I have, which is receiving a lot of intensive use. And the concern that I'm having with that is the maintenance and the upkeep of it. And I was just informed that there is a large tear on one of the fields that's in use right now. And we're hosting Pop Warner, we're hosting middle school football, we're hosting flag football league, as well as a soccer league and tournaments there on the field. And you know, my concern with it is that we've accepted the fact that this is a regional park and that we are hosting a lot of recreational activities and events and sports there, but the maintenance and the upkeep of the park is of huge concern to us. And you know, I was just approached again last week on hosting an adult football league because I guess at another field they were told that they don't allow adults to use the field in this area here, that it's only strictly for children only. And so, you know, my concern is, and I'd like for you all to look into this for me, is if we're going to play host to these various leagues because they're not allowed to use other fields in the city, I want to know what type of maintenance and upkeep are we going to provide to make them suitable. Because again, like I indicated, I have these leagues going on right now, and there's never a break there. And then the fields are unsupervised, and so if you drive by there even on the weekends, you will see that there's a lot of unprogrammable use that's going on those fields as well, and those fields are not even, a year old yet?
Right.
So if we can get some help there, we would greatly appreciate it.
I'll follow up on that.
Thank you so much.
All right, any other comments or questions? Thank you very much for the report. We appreciate it. All right, we'll go on to...
Your Honor?
Yes?
If I could, I believe we, if I could, did we make a motion, and was it approved on the consent calendar?
I don't think we did. And we heard the two items? I don't think there's been a motion on the consent, so... Right. Right.
Your Honor, if I could, I'd make a motion to approve items 13 through 42 with exceptions of 20 and 28. If there's not any questions or comments on those items, I'll make a motion for approval, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Thank you. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you very much for calling that to our attention. All right, item 43A is discussion and possible action to add conditions to the 90-day temporary tavern license held by Nevada Receivership LLC doing business as Crazy Horse 2 in Ward 3. Based on my prior discussions with the City Attorney's Office, they still advise me that because of my prior relationships involving certain persons involved in the situation that I should abstain. I'm going to follow their advice and abstain and turn it over to the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. I really appreciate Mr. Signorelli and Mr. Caruso attending this meeting here today. I know that we're supposed to be heard in, I think, 90 days, but I thought it was important enough, and Mr. Jurek concurred that we need to just make sure, clarify some of those conditions. And Mr. Jurek, with that, would you...
I'll be happy to, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and members of council, Mr. Caruso, Mr. Signorelli. We asked that this item be put back on the agenda just to make absolutely certain what we were trying to accomplish with the conditions that were placed on this temporary license when the council voted at the last meeting. I think that we stated pretty clearly in many of our conversations, both here at the council meeting and individually, that the goal of replacing the old regime at the Crazy Horse 2 with Mr. Signorelli was to make sure there was a complete divorce between Mr. Rislow and the individuals that worked for him, individuals that were named in the indictment, and the new ownership and management of the club. We thought that we had done that. We received information afterwards that there were other family members that were working there in capacities that we hadn't anticipated. As soon as I called Mr. Caruso, to his credit, Mr. Signorelli's, they were immediately removed from the business. But in order to make it absolutely clear that we want that kind of separation between the old and the new, we are recommending a new condition today, which has been provided to Mr. Signorelli and to his attorney, Mr. Caruso. I would like to read it into the record. The new condition that would be added as special condition number 5 is no person related by blood or who has ever been related by marriage to Frederick Rislow shall be employed or allowed on the premises of the business. I'll file that with the clerk and submit it to the council for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Jurek. Council members, are there any questions on what we're doing here, on the new addition? Yes.
No problem. Thank you. Could you read that condition one more time, Mr. Jurek?
Mm-hmm. No person related by blood or who was ever related by marriage to Frederick Rislow shall be employed or allowed on the premises of the business.
The employed or allowed on the premises seems to be pretty clear, but it doesn't preclude other types of communication or contact, whether it be by telephone or meetings or whatever. I'm not sure if we intend to cover that kind of contact or not. But simply by saying not employed, I mean, that speaks for itself, or not being allowed on the premises, I'm not sure if it covers other types of communications that could come up.
I submitted to the council's consideration. If you want to go further, we're more than willing to put that kind of language in. The only thing I would observe with that kind of language is that as much as I agree with what you're saying, Councilman, it is very difficult to monitor telephone conversations. It's very easy to observe if someone's in a club who shouldn't be, if someone's employed who shouldn't be. But we'll be glad to add it if you think
I certainly appreciate that. One more comment is, who's doing the supervising and the monitoring of these conditions?
It should be monitored and supervised by our Business Activity Department and the Metropolitan Police Department. I can ask Mr. DiFiore to give me more details as to how that occurs in the particular, but Metro has individuals that operate in an undercover capacity that enter these clubs all the time, that pose as patrons. We enter the clubs when we think it's necessary to just check and make sure conditions are being observed. Sometimes we get phone calls. We roll on those right away and see if there might be a violation in progress, but I'll ask Jim if he wants to step up and add any more detail to that.
And the reason I bring this up is it seems to me that in a briefing I had or otherwise that it was private citizens who were contacting us and letting us know of potential violations. Which is fine, and we applaud these private citizens for doing what's appropriate, but I just wanted to know what we are doing as a city of Las Vegas.
Before turning it over to Jim, let me make an observation with your permission, Councilman, and I know that Mr. Caruso will as well. Just because we receive complaints doesn't mean that all of them are accurate. We certainly treat them as if they were. We treat them all very seriously. I got a fax from Mr. Caruso yesterday because there was an allegation that a member of Mr. Rizzo's family who was given 7 days to continue at the club was there past the 7 days because her car was observed there. And Mr. Caruso went into great detail to explain to the city that that car had been sold to an individual who worked there and provided proof of that to us. So not necessarily, an observation doesn't always mean that somebody's in violation, but Mr. DiFiore can certainly tell you what's being done to enforce these conditions.
Again, I think it was my intent. I wanted there to be no questions over the next 3 months when they come back for their hearing then that I didn't understand. And so this is a time for all of us to put out there what we want, what our intent is, and I certainly appreciate Councilman Wilson's questions. He asked me like an attorney would, so I appreciate that. Mr. DiFiore?
Mayor and members of the council, to answer Councilman Wilson's question, typically special investigations section that we work closely with and my business license officers will make routine inspections of not only this club but other clubs here licensed in the city of Las Vegas. And to echo Mr. Jerbick's comments, if we get complaints forwarded to our office, we'll have to make a judgment call on whether or not that is an enforceable complaint or that is something that we can look into, and we'll have to deal with those on a case-by-case basis. We'll deal with Mr. Signorelli and his attorney on this, but we will follow up on anything that we do feel is a substantial nature for us to be concerned with.
And one last comment is that it's my impression that Mr. Signorelli and Mr. Caruso have been nothing less than 120% cooperative and reasonable and responsive to all of the city's concerns.
Absolutely true.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
And again, I just want would you guys like to give us your names and address for the record, please?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Steve Caruso, the attorney for Nevada Receivership, and Mike Signorelli, and Mike Signorelli is also here.
Michael Signorelli, 308 West Sahara.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
No objection to the city attorney's recommendation.
Thank you very much. Again, I want to thank you for being so cooperative with us. I think it's important that you are successful over there, and I know that you're getting your game plan together. I think, I can't remember which one you made a comment to me that you kind of thought you were going to get a turnkey type operation, and it didn't turn out that way, so you're having to go in there and pick out your top captains and lieutenants and stuff like that, so I want to work with you on that. But again, though, I really appreciate your cooperation, and if there's any questions, any of our intent, what the city council wants to do over there, please feel free to call myself or our city attorney, Mr. Jerbick, because I think that there shouldn't be, when we have our hearing in 3 months, if there's any questions. Okay?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. By the same token, Mike has repeatedly expressed his gratitude to the city council for being given this chance.
Are there any questions, comments? Mr. Ross, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Caruso and Mr. Signorelli. Actually, Mr. Jerbick, may I understand this correctly, that there were family members in the establishment since he got his new tavern license? Is that correct?
We allowed 2 to stay there for 7 years.
And I recall that.
Right.
And then
7
after,
days.
and I think it was right after the hearing, we learned that there were other family members that were there, at least one other family member there working as a bartender. And I called Mr. Cruz.
One of them worked in clerical office or timekeeper's office or something.
Yes. And let me ask you this, did the transition time all work out? I mean, did it work out for you to get to the point you need to be?
Yeah, we did fine. Thank you for your interest. You know what? The time would have had to been put in anyway. The business is larger than one would think. Currently, I think there's 154 permanent employees. But you know what? Mike would have been there anyway. He's practically living there. You're going home to shower and brush his teeth. So we said from the start we were willing to do what needed to be done, and we appreciate. Yeah, we're on. It was okay.
It's just I'm kind of shocked to see you guys here again in such a short amount of time, since your promise, Mr. Signorelli, to this council and to this community about the way you're going to run this business in the future. Very important to me anyway, that it's done on the up and up. Again, I'll repeat, these liquor licenses are golden licenses that the city provides, and we want you to be a successful business person, but at the same time, you're back again for certain conditions, and I'm just concerned about that.
Let me just respond by, and if I'm, please, Mr. DeFiore or Mr. Jerbick or anyone, well, I'm not back here because I did something that I didn't live up to. When I go into a facility like this and I go down a work list and I don't see the last name being that, it's very difficult to find out who's related and who's not, very candidly. And I sit there for hours and hours and trying to find out who's on first base, who's on second. So actually, I saw the call to the city, and Mr. DiOfiorio knew himself. I contacted him myself and said, I may need some help. So I actually called and asked for what's happening today in a semi-way myself, just so you know that. So it's not a problem I committed. If I was anybody else, if I'm incorrect, please tell me. So it's not for that reason, just so you know. I was trying to ask for help, make sure I was doing it correctly.
I appreciate that, Mayor Pro Tem. If I may, I appreciate your explanation, Mr. Signorelli. I was going to ask you for one anyway, but I think your commitment is firm to this council and to this community to do the right thing, and it sounds like you're heading in that direction. Mr. Jerbick, am I to understand that if within 90 days no council member brings this up again, their license just expires by law? Is that correct?
That's
their
correct.
temporary license expires by law?
That's correct.
And
It takes an affirmative action by the council to continue, for this business to continue past the 90-day license.
So in light of that, I'm sure you're having a challenge making sure who's on first base and who's doing what, but please, again, recommit yourself to making those significant changes at that location. I'd appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I'd move to add that condition that Mr. Jerbick read to us. Any questions on that condition? And I'll make a motion to follow Mr. Jerbick's recommendation. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you much, Al.
Item 44, discussion and possible action related to the report on the Department of Detention and Enforcement jail bed expansion at 3300 Stewart Avenue in Ward 3. Marshall, how are you?
Good, sir. Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor, council members. My name is Karen Coyne. I'm the chief of the City of Las Vegas Department of Detention and Enforcement. As you know, the city is responsible for housing misdemeanor offenders who commit their crimes within the city limits of Las Vegas. And as a result of that, our department runs the day-to-day operations of a 1,200-bed facility at the Stewart Mojave Detention Center. Recently, we achieved a milestone in our nation's history by accomplishing a population, or reaching a population, rather, of 300 million strong. Our offender population in this country, interestingly enough, has grown as well, from 192,000 in 1969 to today of over 2.5 million prisoners in custody. We've certainly seen or experienced that growth, our own share of that right here in this valley, both with our regular population and those who we house at our facility. In July of 2000, we recognized that it wasn't just an anomaly, that we were continuing to exceed our available bed space at the detention center. And as a result of that, we were successfully funded and commissioned a study with a local architectural firm to determine what our existing space needs were and what they would be to carry us through our 15-year plan. That report was commissioned last fall and completed earlier this year, and suggested that we would need to add 1,800 beds to house our misdemeanor offender population to carry us through to the year 2020, in addition to the 1,200 beds that we have today. The growth numbers that I shared with you just a few minutes ago, while I'll make it clear I'm not here to speak on behalf of any other public safety agency today, those numbers have contributed to a valley-wide need for increased jail bed space. While we were funded for a site needs assessment, this past year we're also funded for architectural design money as well. However, in the 5-year CIP plan, we're not funded for construction for any of that facility, and so it would seem rather irresponsible for us to plan a building that we've neither identified an actual site nor have the construction funds to erect that structure. So we had to step back and take a look at what our options were, and they're limited. We've had the luxury over the past 7 years or so to contract with other public safety agencies in the valley to help assist them with their bed needs, and we can no longer continue to do that. Not without consequence, that is. In July of this year, we made official notice to the United States Marshal Service, who we contract with, to provide 200 beds to house their federal offenders, some of the most violent criminals that commit crimes right here in the city limits of Las Vegas. Unfortunately, we had to ask them to consider exiting our facility. It imposes a great hardship for them for a number of reasons. One, because of the fact that these offenders do commit their crimes here in the city of Las Vegas, but also in the arena of having access to those offenders for both the U.S. Attorney and the U.S. Public Defender. The Office of the Federal Detainee Trustee and representatives from both the local and the national office of the United States Marshal Service contacted us in September and asked if we would work with them to look at some alternative housing solutions, which we did. We looked at everything from tent structures to sprung structures to modulars, all in an effort to have a timely solution to an immediate problem. Unfortunately, the only land that we have at this point in time is on our existing 15-acre parcel at the Stuart Mojave Center. And while that parcel is not an impossible area to expand, it certainly offers some significant challenges. Buildings set asides from one to the other pose a problem just because the space is nearly completely encumbered. We are also tapped out with water and power, and while these aren't impossible, they certainly add time, most importantly, to this potential project, but we also project it would add additional money as well.
And she's also got to fight the councilman of the ward also.
As a result of that, it became clear fairly quickly to both us, the city, and to the United States Marshal Service that we were not going to be able to continue to accommodate their needs. They have asked, and we have accommodated, or agreed rather, to provide 10 beds for their inmates who are actively involved in trial. But it is our intent, based on where we're at today, to, with your support, ask them to exit the facility within the next 30 to 45 days. What will that do for us? It'll give us an opportunity to gain immediate capacity to expand our existing booking area, which, if I could just offer, we book 35,000 prisoners a year at that facility, and our booking area is about 250 square feet. We also have encountered a significant increase in the number of inmates that we house that require, whether it's due to medical, mental, physical, or disciplinary issues, they require isolation space, and we are woefully underbuilt for isolation space. This, too, will allow us to regain an entire unit that we can designate as isolation space, and so in the short term, or the immediate rather, it will help us if it's going to buy us just a little bit of time. On a short term, rather than an immediate basis, we are hoping that the county will be successful in selecting a site and constructing their short-term, low-level offender facility that perhaps in the long term we can either co-locate with them for our long-term needs, or we can seek land in other areas, such as out to the far northwest where there are other existing correctional facilities, or even to the far south. We're open to anything at this point. But that's where we're at today, and I'd be open to questions if you have any at this point.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I got one important question. If we're asked to unhouse these federal prisoners, how much money flow are we going to lose?
Sir, the daily per diem rate right now is $71.85 per inmate. We hit
Approximately how much?
$3.5 million through the end of this fiscal year.
Any other questions at this time or comments? Councilman Wilson?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. First of all, I want to thank you for the briefing you gave me yesterday, and I just want to bring something to everybody's attention. Karen, what you did yesterday was you came in and you gave me a bullet point list of things you were going to cover in your briefing. And it was very helpful because as you briefed me, I could follow along in writing what you were discussing. Number two, I had it for future use. If I wanted to go back to a point you made, I had it there in writing. And it's just, food for thought, perhaps in other briefings, and I'm not saying in every briefing, but it was just a very good way to present information, and it was consistent, and perhaps we should look at doing that for some of our other briefings. Thank you.
Glad you found it useful.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilwoman?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to say to Karen, you've really looked at all the possible alternatives, and your backs are against the wall, aren't they, in this? I mean, that's just getting down to it. There doesn't seem, from what I've understood, that it would have to lose the $3.5 million because we have no space. There's just nothing we can do about it. And my understanding is that you've looked at numerous alternative ways, and it doesn't seem that any of them could work out.
We've looked at many alternative options, you're right. None of them really fall within the time frame that we're under. We really need to do something about the conditions of confinement that we are currently experiencing.
And you were very kind to show myself and my staff when we toured your facilities. You showed us, you didn't have to mention to us, we saw the confinement and the shortage of space there. It is an obvious need, and I just wanted to reemphasize that this has been something that you have studied very long and carefully, and this is the only alternative it seems we have at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you wish to be heard?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. John McGowan, Las Vegas resident. In the public perception, this is a extremely serious matter and worthy of your utmost serious consideration. It is evident that Chief Coyne is doing an excellent job, in my opinion. Very diligent and right to the point, very assistive to not one council person, but certainly all. We have access to the same bullet points. The need is increasing, not decreasing. It's not temporary. It is henceforth in perpetuity. And it's escalating at an exponential rate, not just diagonally, but increasingly increasing, if you will. It's important for everybody to understand, in the event that any other person in this community has the misfortune to make a mistake of some kind or another and end up in incarceration, it's a good idea to have some elbow room. So I say in all earnestness, provide the additional consideration that is requested very eloquently by Chief Coyne as a part of her important duties and responsibilities. She's bringing that message to you. You have the ball in your court. I say enthusiastically support her request. Thank you very much.
Did you want to be heard? Let's make it short, though. This is not really public comment.
Okay. I just want to say, in order to, as again, as a Las Vegas resident, I would just like to point out that the federal government has the idea of a Read and See program. So if they need, help with the quality as far as getting grants and money to help them build facilities, that is absolutely, we've got a lot of intent with the laws. Also, I'd like to point out that to the law enforcement agencies, they should have put themselves a raise in the overall development of the new project so they can protect and serve our families. God bless you.
All right, thank you. I had the experience, I'm not going to say the privilege, the experience of touring the facility, and I've seen many of the very, very good marshals are in attendance today, and to me, I think the entire council should go over there because it's like a howling howling asylum when I walked in there, and I was saying to myself, wait a second, what do we have here? This isn't what I had envisioned. I spent plenty of time visiting clients in jails over my prior career, but this was a situation that was just begging for some kind of judicial intervention, and we worked very closely. As a matter of fact, I was with Judge Pro this past Saturday when we dedicated the Liberty Bell, and he said he appreciated how much the city tried to accommodate the federal prison program over there, but I explained to him in no uncertain terms, we can't have it both ways as a city. We can't say that we're going to enforce the laws on the streets and we're going to treat the criminals harshly in order to make Las Vegas a safer place, and then not have the ability to incarcerate those that after they receive all the due process to which they're entitled, if they're found guilty, where the lesson is taught, so to speak. So he understood that, and he indicated to me that most likely the federal authorities will be looking towards Florence, Arizona. It's a real pain in the butt. There's no question about that. To drive over there, it's about an hour. And attorneys are going to have to visit their clients there, and they're going to have to transport back and forth. But we have an obligation to our constituents where this is our jail, and we have to take care of our court when our court sentences people. But I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank the folks who work over there, because it's not an easy job, and it's remarkable to me that at least in the 7 years that I think I've had a bit of a handle on what's happening over there, there hasn't been an incident. To me, that's extraordinary, and I knock on wood to make sure that that continues to be the case. But I don't think we have a choice, and I think that the federal folks understand that. So I don't have a problem with this particular situation. We're done.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chief, I've been over at that detention center quite a few times, but I want it understood that what we're proposing here today is like a little teeny Band-Aid on a huge, huge cut. And I know that working with the mayor and Councilman Brown and myself, we work with the other entity to try to shorten that huge, huge disparity that we have. There's many things going on right now with the county as well as the city, and I didn't want to get into too much. We have had a couple of other ideas of float around about building a new facility, adding on to this facility. It all costs money, a lot of money. And this here, it's just a partial cure of the problem that we have, not only in the city but in the county. And so I really support the chief and what she's doing, as well as the staff over there. It's a harrowing experience. And I just don't know what we're going to do, Chief, tomorrow. This is just an overnight type fix, and it scares me to think the cost that we're going to have in trying to relocate, to build, and it should have been done yesterday instead of tomorrow. And, Your Honor, I really ask, I guess, that our counterparts at the county realize the importance of those things that we're charged with here, with these inmates that are so crowded, and the danger that we're facing.
It's not only that, Mayor Pro Tem. It's not only money, but it's NIMBYism as well. And nobody wants this facility in their backyard. And there are places in southern Nevada that are desolate, with all due respect. They have facilities up in Indian Springs, got facilities down at Jean. It doesn't have to be in the middle of the city, as it presently is. I would suggest that when the issue is addressed, that we look towards those outer areas. It may be 30 minutes away, but one of the issues that we're going to be having our meeting on is the release of inmates. This causes me great concern, because the release takes place not at the institution, as the Mayor Pro Tem knows, but they're driven to the downtown near the bus station. They're released from our city facility without 2 cents in their pocket. If they came in without 2 cents, they go out without 2 cents. The state is very, very generous. After somebody does their 20 years in the state, I think they give them $12 to hit the streets and dump them off in the heart of the city. And the county dumps them off in the heart of the city. And these people don't have any money much of the time. What are they supposed to do? They do what they have to do. They rob a bank, or they knock somebody over the head. And we really have to start addressing these issues. And I met with Assistant Sheriff Flynn. We're going to be having a meeting with you. He said he doesn't remember a discussion about this since he's been with the Sheriff's Office. So we'll have a discussion and we'll address these issues. What do you do with people when you're going to release them? When they've done their time, you just can't dump them in the city without a cent. You can't do it.
Well, that's what I was trying to do, Your Honor. It just emphasize, the problems that we're facing here. And I like I said, I know the chief has got her fingers and her hands in the right place, and she knows what she's doing, and I really applaud her for that. But I just wanted the council members to be aware that this is not a fix. It's just a partial solution as far as I'm concerned. We still have to go out this afternoon or tomorrow and then figure out what we're going to do long term. So I will make a motion to follow the chief's recommendation at this time. But again, I look forward to working with her and the sheriff and Councilman Brown on what we're going to do in the long term. So that's my motion, Your Honor.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for the report.
Thank you.
All right, item 45 will be trailed to be heard this afternoon in conjunction with item 81. We'll move on to 46. 46 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new wine, beer, cordial, liqueur tasting license subject to the provisions of the Planning and Fire Codes and Health Department regulations for Wino Inc. I love that name. Doing business at 7220 Azure Drive in Suite 120 in Ward 6. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, council may recall 2 weeks ago we approved the package license for this business, and this license being considered today is in conjunction with the package license. The applicant does meet all the prerequisites for temporary approval, and my recommendation today would be to have council approve this for a temporary license to run concurrently with a 6-month review of the package license, which I believe would be on April 18th, 2007.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor, members of City Council. My name is Tony Celeste, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, and we are in agreement with everything.
Very good. Are there any questions of either gentleman? All right, hearing none. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Move to follow staff's recommendations for approval.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Bless you. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Have a good
Item 47 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new beer wine cooler off-sale license for MNDG doing business as Charleston Champ at 4030 West Charleston Boulevard. This is in Ward 1. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, let me ask the council consider an amendment to this application. Although there's an existing business at this location, the applicant today has made payment for purchase of a new license, so I would like to have the council consider this as a new beer wine cooler off-sale license. And having said that, he does meet the prerequisites for a consideration of a temporary approval, and my recommendation would be to have council approve this temporarily with the conditions imposed, as well as allowing the director or designee to grant a permanent license upon the receipt of a favorable police report, or extend the temporary license if the police report is not completed during the temporary licensing period.
All right, thank you, Mr. DiFiore. Gentlemen?
Dean Hermione, I'm counsel for MNDG, and Mr. George Dima, and this is Mr. George Dima.
All right, be happy to hear from you now.
My name is George Dima. Thank you very much to give me that opportunity to be today for this kind of great ceremony, and it's my pleasure to meet you all these gentlemen. And I'm in Las Vegas for 1 year, and I like the city. I love everything was here, and I hope to be a long-time citizen here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, any questions of either of the gentlemen? Mr. DiFiore? You want to do it? All right, hearing none. Councilwoman?
Move to approve staff's recommendation.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Item number 48 is a public hearing and possible action regarding the continuation of the traffic signal impact fee program and an update to the capital improvement plan map. This pertains to all wards. This is a public hearing, which is now declared open. Mr. Kukowski.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. By state law, we are required to re-examine the traffic impact fee program, consider continuing that program or modifying it. Staff recommendation is to continue the program, modify the city limits to reflect what they are today, and add 27 new signals to the system. We're here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the three gentlemen? All right, folks, this is a public hearing. If anybody would like to be heard, this is the time to be heard.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. Traffic impact fee. The scoping is what's important here. Now, signals are one thing, but traffic impacts in many, many ways, besides stopping and going. Sometimes it's temporary stopping, like parking in an illegal place, such as a bus stop. The truck up here this morning, on the 105 route, Casino Center, northbound, corner of Gas and Casino Center Boulevard. The truck is called Rundage Bone Cement Pumping for the redevelopment project located right there. Underway, the encroachment is for this amount of area, but the cones extend for 2 blocks in either direction. I don't know how that's permitted, or whether it's permitted for any construction vehicle at any time to park in a city cab bus stop. What has traffic got to say about that? Who enforces this? Who surveils it? If it's compliance response on demand only, and you're waiting for the public to ask you about it, public's been asking things like this for the past several years. It took 2 years to get one bus stop put in at Coolidge and Casino Center. In the Art District, I won't even discuss it there with the condition of the sidewalks or anything else. You got people that put sidewalk signs unlawfully, not only on the pedestrian sidewalk, but also on the curb. That impedes traffic. So traffic signals, of course, but traffic enforcement by all means and planning of some kind that's coherent. If you would like to have public input, you have to open your door.
Would anybody else like to be heard during the public hearing session? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion? Yes.
If I may, just 2 quick questions. Charlie, in adopting the capital improvement plan, if we identify an intersection, and in particular either Ward 4 or Ward 6, where we have some adjacencies with unincorporated Clark County, if it becomes warranted, do we have to wait another 3 years, or are we allowed to come in and amend the plan during this interim time period?
The answer is no, you do not have to wait. The projection of traffic signal locations is in the means of trying to calculate how much money needs to be acquired and to come up with the impact fee. So if there are signals that are warranted that are not on here, no, you don't have to wait 3 years.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Any other comments or questions? I may have a motion, please.
Your Honor, I move follow staff's recommendation.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Item number 49 is the Park and Recreation Advisory Commission. The term of Heidi Hadusa expires December 7, 2008. She resigned as of September 29, 2006. It's necessary to appoint a new member to fill her seat. Councilman Ross, I believe that she was your recommendation. Do you have another person?
Your Honor, if I can obey this item, move to obey this item for 30 days. I am currently in the process of receiving some interests in that.
Very good.
So if you'll allow that, Your Honor, that's my motion.
Okay, let's vote on that, please. When is that?
December 6th.
December 6th. Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 50 is discussion and possible action on the appointment of a member of City Council to serve as an alternate on the Clark County District Board of Health. It's recommended that I appoint a member to serve as the alternate. I've had this discussion with Councilman Ross. He indicated that he would accept that assignment, and at this point in time, I would move to appoint Councilman Ross to serve as an alternate to the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman Weekly. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 51, which is Bill 2006-59, is eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so we'll move on to the new bills. New bills, items number 52 through number 54B, which are bills 2006-60 through 2006-64, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, November 14, 2006. Mr. Jervik, would you be kind enough to read the bills, please?
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number 2660, an ordinance to update the standards and related approval processes for the downtown casino and downtown entertainment overlay districts and provide for related matters. Bill 2006-61, an ordinance to require an applicant for a general plan amendment to conduct a neighborhood meeting and provide for related matters. Bill 2006-62, an ordinance to update Title 11 of the Municipal Code relating to the regulation of traffic and parking and to provide for related matters. Bill 2006-63, an ordinance to adopt a new Chapter 40.44A of the Municipal Code relating to solicitation and provide for related matters. And finally, Bill number 2006-64, an ordinance to adopt a new Chapter 11.68A of the Municipal Code relating to the city's pedestrian mall and to provide for related matters.
Thank you. Councilwoman, will you be available on November the 14th?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. And Councilor Ross, will you be available?
Yes, Your Honor.
Excellent. Okay, then we'll appoint you to assign you to consider these bills, please. The council meeting is in recess, and we'll move on to the redevelopment agency. The redevelopment agency meeting of November 1st, 2006 is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. Item number 3 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular redevelopment agency meeting of September 20, 2006. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions. I'd like a motion for approval, please.
Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 4 is discussion and possible action regarding leasing office space at the Fifth Street School located at 400 Las Vegas Boulevard South to the Las Vegas chapter of the American Institute of Architects. This is Award 3. And Mr. Adams.
Yeah, we were asking that this item be stricken, and we'll be bringing this back at a later meeting in a different form.
All right, very good.
That would be my motion, Your Honor.
Motion to strike. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 5 is discussion and possible action regarding an estoppel certificate to MidFirst Bank concerning the owner participation agreement dated October 16, 1987, with Westar Charleston Associates. This is in Ward 3.
Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. This is an item respecting a very old project of the RDA. This dates back to 1987, where the RDA entered into an owner participation agreement for the development of some apartments at 1270 Burnham. I've got a location map on the overhead on a site behind the shopping center at basically Burnham and Charleston. This project is being sold to a new owner. The bank that is financing the sale would like an estoppel certificate from the RDA that simply indicates that there are no outstanding issues with respect to the previous agreement that we'd entered into. We've examined the files on this project. The project was initiated in 1987. It was closed out and a certificate of completion issued in 1995. Therefore, we can't find anything that would indicate there's any default or any problem associated with this project. And as such, we would recommend RDA board approval of the estoppel certificate.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Mr. Adams?
Yes, Your Honor. This, I understand, okay, that this has been a senior center, a senior apartment complex since it opened.
It's my understanding it was developed as a senior project. That's correct.
Okay. I am in the process of researching this because I understand that the new owners want to make it into an NEH-type apartment complex. and I'm really, really opposed to that. And so that wouldn't affect, I'm going to ask our city attorney, that's not going to affect the decision that we make here today, right?
The decision you make here today is to approve an estoppel certificate that, what's my understanding, without it, they won't be able to get their bank financing. And so if there's any question as to what the new use may be, I don't know that it would be appropriate to use the estoppel certificate as a mechanism to stop a sale, but at the same time, if there's any questions, this would be a good time to hold it in abeyance and discuss it to not have any regrets later.
Yeah, I'm just thinking out loud on this one. If there were any covenants in the owner participation agreement, I have to pull it out to understand it, that restricted use in it for any time forward in the future.
Well, I tried to have that information today, but I don't have it yet.
Okay.
I've been, Marg was out of town, and I've been working with some of the other people in planning to find out what it really said, the conditions. Because I really have a hard time allowing this to become a full-fledged apartment complex, but the senior's been there for 20 or 30 years. The mayor and I was over there. We got some really old people living at this facility, and I think, to me, you can't mix the two at all, not like this here. So I really have concerns, so if it would be all right, I would like this to hold this in abeyance until we can find out.
We'll go back to work and look at the owner participation agreement to see if there were any restrictions that carry forward in terms of use. There would be two issues there that you're discussing. One is the entitlements that were granted to the project through the regulatory process, and the other is the actual owner participation agreement, our financing and assistance we provided as an agency, and what restrictions we imposed on the project through that.
I'm not trying to stop the sale, okay? I just want to make sure that it stays what it is, and that's a senior complex.
Okay, I'm not aware of any urgency here in terms of moving it that soon to that where this delay would affect the sale. So without knowledge of that, I would say we're okay to obey this.
Your Honor, if I could, I'll make a motion to hold this in abeyance until our November 15th meeting, please.
Very good. That's a motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. All right, this is item number 6, citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the redevelopment agency. No subject may be acted upon by the redevelopment agency unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come up to the podium, give us your name, and we'll put a 3-minute timer on.
Good morning, Nancy Carlson, Las Vegas resident. I just want to let you know I'm voting for Doug Gillespie, the sheriff, and Councilman, that's right, you guys are not up for no election just yet, are you? Oh, we can something. We can, you got my vote also. God bless you, we can do that too. I want to point out to the rest of you guys on the board that our law enforcement, we've been getting they've been on television like they're related to the neighborhood that COVID. That's why I've been in the warning. What I would like to do is for Gillespie to put on, just put about 3-foot officer on patrol, 1 foot in the neighborhood, in each neighborhood, to get more familiar with the citizens moving in and also the evening, so they can have adequate control of how crime comes into the community and it can be prevented. That's number 1. Number 2, be sure to put in rules for all those guys who work for law enforcement. Like I was pointing out earlier for the marshals, the FBI do have a Lead the City program that help communities to help the law enforcement agency to house and put up those individuals where they can attract reported on for those agencies that are familiar with all the FBI and requirements. We forgot Homeland Security also. They have programs on grants that is used for law enforcement agencies. We also have not only money that's in trust with the capital funds for them to use, but there are many resources in these areas for anyone to use as being government agencies. Remember, the government is in a boat. We need to say that areas that the resources that they find do not cut back a little bit, but there are other areas that have been transformed to other areas. And number 3, the housing funds. We have housing grants through FHA, Fannie Mae, HUD. Everybody should push HUD is only an agency. It's not authority is only funds the money and gives you forms to fill out, to get approved for the money. Our housing authority, for what agency that I saw the other day on the citizen participation, they should, or should I say, the mayor should go in himself and question what's going on with the money. Because, like I said a long time ago, put $1 billion check in Mayor Goodman hand, and I know he'll spend it wisely. We'll spend it. If he does spend it wisely. God bless everybody. Good luck to y'all.
Okay, next, please.
I got a 3-minute limit. Tom McCown, Las Vegas resident. You're over time. The concrete pumping truck unlawfully parked in the 105 Cat bus stop at Gas and Casino Center is contracted by Breslin Builders, a construction company working for Cherry Development on several high-rise condo tower projects. I assume that within 3 minutes or less, the city council, at least somebody on it, will take steps to remedy these infractions by construction companies and developers who apparently own this city, in their opinion. But in my opinion, they don't. Not yet. Something was said about weed and seed. I would remind this council, many years ago, a Ward 1 councilman by the name of Frank Hawkins Jr., you might recall from the Super Bowl at one point, and made an interesting comment. The question was, weed who and seed who? That's a very important question. You need to determine whether or not you, the city of Las Vegas, and its leadership, is being weeded or seeded, or both. And how come? That's how you approach that issue. I would, with all due respect and admiration for the city manager during his report on emerging issues and events, another event to add to that roster, Your Honor, takes place at 6 p.m. on Saturday, the 4th of November, at the Celebrity Club at 3rd and Ogden. It's called Tribute to the USO. Remember them? Well, I was a client and a performer with USO. They're still performing for our military all over the world. They're currently deployed. Every place imaginable and some unimaginable. The USO does a fabulous job. They always have. They're the USO of the people of the United States. I recommend you all go over there and pay the modest fee to gain entrance into that event on Saturday the 4th of November and show them your support for the USO and our military in these trying times that we live in. There will be every known kind of celebrity over there, from Rodney Dangerfield to Dolly Parton to you name it. All these entertainers are fantastic entertainers. They will be there, right here in your downtown. So next time you have an opportunity, city manager might want to refer to the rest of the list of events and add some of these very important things. I do appreciate your indulgence by giving me an extra 2 seconds. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll adjourn the redevelopment agency meeting, and we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock for afternoon session of the City Council.
There was a really, I guess, There was a lot of districts that had their dogs dressed up.
Everything's okay months back and all that. Everything's okay.
Uh-huh.
I'll
Yep.
see you on content.
Yep, we'll be back to work. You know. Do you want the papers and put it in? Use that.
We were running a
There's a special place for that?
Right now it's
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for your patience. We'll go to our afternoon agenda. Item number 55 is any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 56 is a chronic nuisance located at 1616 South Las Vegas Boulevard. Staff asked to strike. Item number 64 is an extension of time, 16/9/56, Renke America, Inc. The applicants asked for that in advance until our December 6, 2006 meeting. And item number 77, Montecito Marketplace LLC, appeal to denial by the Centennial Hills Architectural Review, has been withdrawn without prejudice by the applicant. 78 and 80, special use permit 13891, special use permit 13897, and site development review 13899. Request for a special use permit and site development plan review for a mixed-use development at 1341 Las Vegas Boulevard South. The applicants will ask to table that item. Item number 82 is a special use permit 15347, Jim Marchese, Czech City, request for special use permit for a proposed financial institution at 7591 Washington Avenue. The applicants asked for that in advance until our November 15, 2006 meeting. And item number 83 is RQR 15420, requires 6 months review for a special use permit that allowed a liquor establishment at 3140 South Value Boulevard, Suites 3, 4, and 5. The applicants asked for that in advance until our December 6, 2006 meeting. And item number 84 is a required 2-year review of a special use permit for a billboard sign at 1535 Northeastern Avenue. The applicants asked for that in advance. I don't want to hold that one in advance. 84, I want to hear that item, and 85, I want to hear that item also today. The applicants asked for them 84 and 85. The applicants asked for both those in abeyance until November the 15th. They've been holding in abeyance for 2 or 3 months now. I want to hear them. Item number 92 through 96 is the general plan amendment 16201, the rezoning 16196, special use permit 16198, special use permit 16200, and site development review 16197. John Daniel, architect Fred Nazarin, request for a general plan amendment rezoning at 5001 West Charleston Boulevard. The applicants asked for that in advance to our December 6, 2006 meeting. Items 98 through 102 is a rezoning and a variance and a special use permit, 2 special use permits, and a site development review for Don A. Henry zoning variance at Bonanza Road and Martin Luther King. The applicants asked for that in advance until our November the 15th, 2006 meeting. And items 103 and 105 is a rezoning 15371, a variance 15373, and site development review 15375. And an SCA design request for a rezoning variance and site development plan review for a 40-unit apartment complex adjacent to the west side of Panaflo Street, approximately 100 feet south of Harris Avenue. The applicants asked to hold that in advance until our November 15, 2006 meeting. And item 108 and 109 is a variance 16144 and special use permit 16143, T-Mobile USA Inc., Mesquite Wood 3 LLC, variance to special use permit for a 7-foot wireless tower and communications facility at 1620 Bracken Avenue. The applicants asked that to be held in advance until our December 6, 2006 meeting. Are there any other items that we need to bring forward at this time, council members? I would like to make...
This is Public Works Bart Anderson, if I may. I'd just like to clarify that on items number 98 through 102, staff met with the applicant this morning, and it's actually staff who's asking to hold this, but the applicant has indicated they'd agree to it. I apologize for the misrepresentation. I just wanted to clarify.
That's fine. I would like to, on item number 56, I see some people in the audience out there on this item. This item is strictly, we are going to bring this back for a show cause hearing at a later date, and if they have any questions or concerns, they can contact my office at 229-6405, and I can give them the reasons why we're holding this in abeyance, or why it's been stricken. Are there any other comments or questions on these items? Any corrections, any other items? Your Honor, I make a motion to bring these items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 57 through 62 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion to approve the consent items number 57 through 62? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. No questions, comments. I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
All right, that was very fast. Okay, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we'll go to 65 and 66. 65 is SUP 16176. This will be a public hearing. The applicant is Mount Zion Church. The owner is John W. Arnold.
Mayor, I think 63.
What happened? All right, 63. Pardon me. 63 is ROC 17081. It'll be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Aquino Benito Armand et al. Request for a review of condition number 4 of an approved site development plan review to allow 0-foot setbacks on all sides where a minimum of 20 feet are required in the front of the house, 10 feet on the side, 22 feet on the corner side, and 20 feet in the rear on 2.5 acres adjacent to the northwest corner of Michael Way and Spoke Ranch Road. This is in Ward 5. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
For the record, my name is Michael Livingston, architect and agent for the owner.
Try one more time.
There we go.
There you go.
Michael Livingston, architect and agent for the owner. I'm here to request approval for this. I don't have any comments to make.
All right, thank you, sir. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right, folks, it's a public hearing. Be happy to hear from anybody. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Weekly.
Thank you, Your Honor. I move to...
Yes, ma'am? Sure, come on up. Just come on up and make sure the mic is turned on. Give us your name and address. We'll be happy to hear from you.
My name is Jeanette Ritz. I live at 2417 Waterway. My property is on the back end of the fence of this property, and I'm surprised. There were supposed to be several people here today, but all of us are opposed to this zero zoning because it could possibly put houses right virtually into our backyards. And all the lots over there are rather good-sized backyards, and we enjoy a certain amount of privacy. And none of us like the idea of a house being built right out our back fence.
Thank you. In light of that, would you like to be heard?
Yes, it's a semantic problem. There is a buffer zone that goes around the houses of 22 foot and 20 foot. This is the same plan that was approved about 2 years ago, and what we're really doing is just making a correction to the plan. So everything that I had in terms of having meetings with the neighbours, nothing has changed. What this was basically on our approval, what we have is that we have zero, what we're asking for is a zero lot line between the houses inside of the site. So if I can show you here, you see around the outside there's a perimeter buffer zone, which is a landscape zone. Oops, it's gone. And then what we're talking about is the division between the houses inside. Nothing's going to change physically on the plan.
Right. It's just a zero buffer toward the buffer. That's basically it.
So there's a buffer between the...
Yes, that's the representation.
And that's 22 feet?
Yeah.
It's 22 feet, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, I just want to clarify, the minimum on the west there, which abuts the properties on Whirlaway, the minimum will be 15 feet 2 inches on the west side of the property, based on the plans that are before us.
So we're talking 22 feet on this side and only 15 on this?
Well, it's 22 feet off Michael Way. It's a 20-foot buffer here and here, and then these houses here.
Okay, this is not...
If I may...
Hey, folks, wait. You may not at this point in time. What we have to do is can't have a chat going on. We're making a record on all of this, so the overhead was not picking up what you're pointing at, so there's no record of it.
Oh, okay.
So if you want to have a record, make sure that you put something in the middle there, which could be picked up on the overhead. And then when you speak, talk to the council, not to each other, please. And then if Ms. Wheeler has something that she would like to say, we'll hear from her now. Ms. Wheeler?
Mayor, I was just going to clarify that on the plans, the setbacks of the structures are 20 feet on the south, 15 feet on the west, and 20 feet on the north.
Thank you.
And those are the setbacks shown in the plans.
Okay. Now we can see that.
Does this work? Yeah, okay. So what the planner was saying is that this was a physical... Oh, okay.
Very good. All right, could you focus in on that, please? There we go. Now everybody can see it.
So what I was saying is that this is a physical plan which was previously approved. Nothing has changed. There's a 15-foot, 2-inch buffer down here, 20-foot here, 22-foot off Michael Way, and a 20-foot at the back. And this will be all landscaped, and there's going to be a nature trail going around the whole perimeter.
Very good. Okay?
Okay.
Good, very good. Okay, Councilman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Move to follow staff's recommendations with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen and ladies.
Huh? Right. 65? 65 and 66. 65 is SUP 16176. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Mount Zion Church. The owner is John W. Arnold. Request for special use permit for Church House of Worship at 4901 Jean Avenue. This is in Ward 5. The Planning Commission staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. 66 is SDR 16178. The same applicant, the same owner, request for site development plan review for the proposed conversion of a 2,826 square foot residence and 375 square foot casita to a place of worship on .85 acres at 4901 Jean Avenue. This is in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are both public hearings, which are now declared open. Yes, sir.
My name is Barry Wells. I'm with McKinney Construction, representing the owner.
Okay, be happy to hear from you, sir.
We have no comment other than we would wish that the committee would approve this applicant.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right, folks, a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard on these matters? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Weekly.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. On item number 65, I'd like to follow staff and Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, please, with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And 66, please.
66, Your Honor. Move for approval with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 67 and 68. 67 is rescind previous action, SUP 15282, a public hearing. The applicant is TVC 707 LLC. The owner is Wino Inc. Request for a special use permit for alcoholic beverage sales liquor store at 7220 Azure Drive, Suite 110. It's in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. And 68 is SUP 15282. The applicant is TVC 707 LLC. The owner, Wino Inc. Request for a special use permit for alcoholic beverage sales liquor store at 7220 Azure Drive, Suite 110. It's in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are both public hearings, which are now declared open.
Mayor,
Yes,
if you could, you probably want to take 67 first and vote on that one before you...
Okay, fine. That's a motion to rescind, or the rescission action. Councilman Ross, your pleasure on the rescission on 67?
Move to rescind, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Scott. Appreciate that. And item 68 now. I'll be happy to hear from you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the City Council. My name is Tony Celeste. I'm at 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, and here on behalf of the applicant once again on this matter. There was a clerical error in which the incorrect suite within this plaza was approved for the special use permit for the off-premise sales for the wine boutique. We're back here to rectify that problem, and it should be Suite 120, not Suite 110. With all that being said, we appreciate staff's recommendation for approval. We are in agreement with all of their conditions, and we had some additional conditions with which we worked out with the neighbors. And I don't know if Ms. Wheeler would care to read that into the record, or I can read that in at this time.
Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman. The conditions would read that the hours of operation shall not exceed Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. A 6-month admin review of the special use permit shall occur 6 months after issuance of business license. Any expansion beyond the 1310 square foot suite will require new SUP application and public hearing. No beer will be sold on the premises, and the sales display area for liquor to an area shall be limited to 48 square feet within the store.
Is that agreeable with you?
It is.
All right, very good. All right, it's a public hearing. Anybody want to be heard?
Yeah. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. In the interest of accuracy on the public record, YO spelled with N with a U in singular. N with X, YOs is plural. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else want to educate us? Okay. Takes a special kind of guy who knows the difference between a wino and a winos. Okay. All right, anybody else? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Move for approval subject to all conditions, and thank you very much for working those minor items out with my neighbors out there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's vote, please.
And that's the conditions as amended, correct?
Conditions as amended, correct.
Thank you.
All right. Vote, please. All right. Opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, we have 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, and 74. 69 is GPA 14325. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Casino Center Properties. The owner is Casino Center Properties, LLC, et al. Request to amend the downtown redevelopment area plan use from MXU, mixed use, to commercial, to C, commercial, on 1.33 acres at 700, 708, 712, 714, and 716 South 10th Street, and 715 and 717 South 9th Street. This is in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission failed to obtain a supermajority, which is tantamount to a denial. 70 is ZON 14338, the same applicant. The owner is First Street Properties. Request for rezoning from PR, professional, office, and parking, and R4, high-density residential, to C1, limited commercial, on .52 acres at 700, 708, 712 South 10th Street. This is in Ward 3. And the staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 71 is VAR 14342. The applicant is Casino Center Properties. The owner, Casino Center Properties, LLC, et al. Request for a variance to allow no step back beyond the building setback line, where a 1-to-1 step back to height ratio is required, along a street classified as collector or larger, in conjunction with a proposed mixed-use development on 2.05 acres at the northwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and 10th Street. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. 72 is VAR 14345. The applicant is Casino Center Properties. The owner, Casino Center Properties, LLC, et al. Request for a variance to allow lot coverage of 56%, where 50% is the maximum allowed, in conjunction with a proposed mixed-use development on 2.05 acres at the northwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and 10th Street. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. 73 is VAR 14347. The applicant is Casino Center Properties. The owner, Casino Center Properties, LLC, et al. Request for a variance to allow 624 parking spaces, where 635 is the minimum number of parking spaces required, in conjunction with the proposed mixed-use development on 2.05 acres at the northwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and 10th Street. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 74 is SUP 14339. The applicant is Casino Center Properties. The owner, Casino Center Properties, LLC, et al. Request for a special use permit for a proposed mixed-use development at the northwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and 10th Street. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are all in Ward 3, and they're all public hearings, which are now declared open.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
If I could, I'd like to enter into record. I got a citizen's concern, hot topic. There's 10 or half dozen names supporting the project. I'd like to read a letter that I received from Carl F. Piazza. It says, Dear Councilman, says, longtime property owner, November 1985 in the area of the proposed project, I want to express my feelings regarding the project. It has been our experience over the last 21 years, so on and so forth. As such, I heartily endorse this project. Further, I applaud your efforts as well as Mayor Goodman's to accomplish this goal. Right through the years, Carl F. Piazza, and he's in favor of these projects. I just want to put that on the record.
You know what? I thank you for that. I'm looking at the agenda. I think I have to read 75 and 76. They seem to be related.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's include them. 75 is VAC 12884. The applicant is Steve Gregory, the owner's Casino Center Properties, LLC. Petition to vacate public alleys generally located south of Garces Avenue between 9th and 10th Street. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. And finally, 76, which is SDR 14349. The applicant is Casino Center Properties, the owner Casino Center Properties, LLC, et al. Request for site development plan review for proposed mixed-use development consisting of 350 residential condominium units and 18,000 square feet of commercial floor area within one 14-story and one 17-story building, and a waiver of the residential adjacency requirements on 2.05 acres at the northwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and 10th Street. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. These two are subject to public hearings, and they are now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. Dave Clapsaddle with G.C. Garcia, 1711 Whitney Mesa Drive in Henderson, here on behalf of Steve Gregory and Glenda Shaw, who are in the audience this afternoon. This was held at your last meeting in order for us to do a neighborhood meeting, another neighborhood meeting. Just briefly, let me refresh your memory on the project. Here's Charleston, 9th, 10th. This is the U.S. Bank here. This is the 7-Eleven, frontage along Charleston Boulevard. What we're asking for is approval of two towers, 18,000 square feet of retail, 350 condominiums above, access off of 9th, 10th. All the landscaping will meet all the standards of the code. Pertaining to the alley vacation, what we clarified at the Planning Commission is that we will not vacate the alley north of the property we own. We do not own these three lots along this part of 9th Street, so we are not vacating this part of the alley to give assurance to all these property owners that they will still have access to the alley, and it will always act as it currently does today. 14-story tower here, 17 on this side. All the amenities will be on top of a 7-story parking garage. The pool amenities will be on top of the garage. And briefly, just to refresh your memory of the building, this is the 10th Street elevation. We think it's going to be a gorgeous, attractive addition to the north side of Charleston Boulevard. We think that a project of this style, this scope, this type of mixed-use project will spur development along the north side of Charleston, which we think it's time to do and is in need of it. And again, this is the gas Charleston elevation showing the height and design of both of the towers. Now, since our last meeting, we had a neighborhood meeting, and we heard 4 items at that neighborhood meeting that we want to try to clarify and also answer some questions. One thing we heard is a concern about parking. We have withdrawn the parking variance. The parking variance is no longer on the table. We are going to stay within the parking standards of the code, and we're going to make this project work. Second, at our neighborhood meeting, we heard parking a problem. Our parking garage is currently 6 stories. We would agree to add another level of parking to the parking garage to make sure that we are overparked and to make sure that the neighbors will not have any intrusion. The other thing we heard is construction. How are you going to handle parking and getting employees to the site during construction of the project? And what we have shared with the neighbors at that meeting is that we will shuttle construction employees from an off-site area. Second, we would commit to building the parking garage first, just like they're doing on the city center project. So while the parking garage is being built, we can stage off-site, shuttle employees there. We're going to build the parking garage first so that construction employees can park on-site while the remaining part of the project is being built to give the neighbors a higher level of comfort. As far as traffic, our traffic study has been submitted to the city. Your Public Works Department has looked at it, and they are reviewing it. The other thing that we're agreeing to as part of the construction is to have a 24-hour contact, person, email, telephone, so that if neighbors have a concern, anytime during the day, anytime during the night, days, weekends, there's going to be a contact that they can get a hold of if they have any questions at all. The other thing we heard from the neighbors, both to the north of us, the business owners, and to the south in John S. Park, is that they wanted amenities. They would like to have food service. They would like to have a restaurant. And what we would agree to also as an idea is that part of the retail mix of the 18,000 square feet, part of that is going to be food service. And that would leave us with about 12,000 square feet of additional retail that is going to make it a viable retail area for us to provide services to the doctors, to the lawyers, to the professional offices north of Charleston Boulevard, and also give those folks who live south of Charleston Boulevard a place to walk, to eat, to have amenities, and have a place to go. We have had several neighborhood meetings. There is a lot of neighborhood support for this project. Some of those folks are here, some of the neighbors are here, and what I'd rather do is reserve some time to be able to come back. If there's any questions you have after the neighbors are done, Your Honor, we'd like to be able to come back.
No problem, certainly. Okay.
Gentlemen, I'm sorry.
Yes.
In the interest of full disclosure, I own an office building on the corner of 7th and Bonneville. It is just inside the notice area. I'm disclosing that fact. I don't think my property value will be affected any differently than any of the other properties in that area. It's my understanding from talking to counsel that is the necessary disclosure. I can still vote on this matter.
That is correct, Councilman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Just by a show of hands, how many people would like to speak on this item? Okay, not that many. All right. Why don't you just come up at your leisure and tell us who you are, tell us your address, and be happy to hear from you.
Yes. My name is Charles Sorrells, and I'm a CPA, and I have an office on the corner of 10th and Garces, and I've been there since 1980, and I'm in full support of this project. I think it will really help the neighborhood and on both sides of Charleston, and really help Charleston, the Charleston Street in particular, where we're going to have some a nice project there of mixed use. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sorrells. Mr. Hawley?
Mr. Mayor, council people, I'm Earl Hawley. I'm an attorney here at 916 Casino Center. I represent two principals who've been studying this area that's in question for quite some time and expressed an interest in the project as developed by the people here today. We would recommend to you that the full plan as proposed be accepted into this, and I will say that my clients are substantial. They have turned several large multi-million-dollar projects in the downtown area, and they want to see this go forward.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Vegas resident. Now the overhead, please. That is from the planning department. It is the plot plan for developments in the immediately contiguously adjacent community, which is called the Arts District. And as you will note, for the record, there are at least 10 high-rise condominium golf towers under development in that particular district. The least of size is 40 stories. The tallest is 73, called the Ring Guy. And of course, you have Stratosphere Tower at 110 stories. So, for your information, it's physically axiomatic fact that shadows will be cast from west to east and from southwest to northeast, northwest to southeast, depending on the declination, seasonal tilt of the Earth's axis. We will cast that area of land and Main Street into shadow in case shadows ever arise as an issue. They're going to be in shadow regardless of whether this development is in or not. Okay, that's first thing to understand. Secondly, item 85 of today's agenda is for a billboard, approximately 2 blocks east of the particular property of United Temp. That billboard will cast a shadow because the sports store is high. That billboard and its companion billboard within that same distance area will cast a shadow in the morning, east to west. Again, this property will be in shadow regardless of whether this development is under construction or not. In fact, the development itself, when completed, will be in the same shadow caused by other properties in the adjacent areas. What I want to say finally is this design is aesthetically appealing. It ranks easily on the par with the finest quality design that you have in your current roster of developments. Easily, if not equal to, perhaps greater than, in terms of appearance, aesthetics, and its benefit to the entire community, not just the local or sub-local area. Furthermore, and this is very important, this is what's called responsible infill development. Okay, these are limited rise, not high rise. 14, 17 stories is virtually minuscule compared to other development projects, which typically begin at 20, 30, 40 stories. So this development is not offensive to anybody in particular except somebody perhaps right next door who decides to look out the window quite narrowly every morning and stare directly at the sun, which doesn't make so much sense to begin with, or at the sunset at night. The fact is, light bends, and it will bend around most buildings so that the occlusion is limited in scope. You have to look at all of that stuff, because it is factual. Okay, the tilt of the Earth's rotation, shadows are not invariable. They do vary in scope and direction. So those points, if they are raised, will be minimized completely. You've already minimized the parking issue. It's de minimis all the way around. It is responsible infill development. It is in accordance with your desire to revitalize and reinvigorate the city of Las Vegas. You have downtown retail, very probably a very upscale restaurant, a nice quality of people, maybe even a good piano bar, which this town needs, to tell you the honest truth. And I can certainly provide that. Not pro bono necessarily, but affordable. And permanently. Finally, you have the East Charleston Commercial Corridor, very badly in need, long overdue, for commercial development. This is the motivational incentive for other developers to come down, develop that East Charleston Corridor, all the way down the Boulder Highway. And the people who are the applicants here are not fly-by-night developers. They're here to stay, and they're doing this community a very important service, in my opinion. They're adding to the housing stock, which you need very much so. They are acting in accordance with your wishes, and maybe you guys would do it, but we're doing it. All you have to do is approve it. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard?
Yes, ma'am. Edward Miley, 711 South 9th Street, if I can get the overhead, please. Here's a picture of the property, the way it looked at the last city council meeting. We've met with Mr. Gregory and their group on multiple occasions. When I sat down with them, and in fact, they would never actually even give me an offer to buy the property or whatever else, look at how good this property looks, whatever. I said, look, you want to build it, I'm not for it, I think it's too intense, I don't want 17 and 19 stories. In fact, we went back and forth. Other people and I have said, look, I think 5 stories is probably the most that I think really is appropriate there. I prefer 3 stories behind me, but it's really not doable. They proceed to say that they don't really intend to build anyway. They intend to flip the property for $17 million. And I think that's pretty telling because there's 3 property owners, of which I am one, Ms. Robichaud is one, and there are 2 ladies who had to work today who couldn't be here that are the remaining holdouts. They bought the property around us for an amalgamated $38 a square foot. I sit down and I explained to them, I said, you know, we don't want to have a high-rise here, especially behind me, whatever else. They, again, explained it's not going to happen. They're going to flip it for $17 million. They have plans or whatever else, but they've done nothing besides get an architectural drawing of saying this is what the property is going to look like. At the Planning Commission, they even said they anticipate this being built in 3 to 5 years. As the mayor knows, he went into RJ on August 9th and said 1 year before stuff has to go on the ground.
What I said was I want to put a 1-year limitation on the entitlements, that there has to be a report back to the council, but if I don't see that there's progress, then we can reconsider the granting of the entitlement.
Most telling to me, and this apparently happened this morning, I think Ms. Robichaud is going to address this as well, but my office spoke with the 2 ladies that live in between Ms. Robichaud's office and my office, was Mr. Gregory contacted her and said, say you're for the project, once we get the entitlements, we'll be able to find some deep pocket to come in and take you out of the project. That, to me, explains right there, they don't have the wherewithal, they don't have the money to do it, they're simply looking to flip the property, do what they can. Our concern is that they don't intend to build there, and I'll show you if I can get the overhead again. This is what the property looked like when I came in prior to the city council ordering to pick it up. There was a fire, arsonist, we were down without phones for about 2 days, internet. I was told by Mr. Gregory's group they were going to have their insurance broker get a hold of me, work something out as far as my loss of income for a couple of days. I still haven't heard that. But I will show you pictures that were taken this afternoon, and this was just over the fence line. I don't know how much you can see, if you can see all these or not, but basically it's a Hoboville back there. Are we going to have to wait 3 to 5 years before they start building when we have homeless people coming in, children are going back there, there's needles back there, God knows what's happening inside the property itself.
Well, we could rectify that real fast with neighborhood services going out there and cleaning it up real fast.
But just to let you know, are we going to be looking forward to having basically empty
property? As a matter of fact, I'm going to, pardon me, Mr. Miley, I'm going to direct staff right now. That is an attractive nuisance. That has to be cleaned up immediately. That's not something that we want to have 10 different visits by our neighborhood services people. I want that cleaned up right away.
And I would point out, they were ordered last time to pick it up. They went out, and what they did is they basically boarded up these windows or whatever. This building is not architecturally sound, as you can see. That's a truss right there that's hanging free. It's only a matter of time before it collapses, whether somebody's inside or outside. But we think it's an attractive nuisance at the very least. When I had my meeting with them and I said, you know, what's going on or whatever, I also said, I'm assuming since I represent numerous carpenters and teamsters in this town, this is going to be a union project. They laughed and basically said no. So obviously, that assuming they get entitlements, they can actually scrape up enough money to start building whatever it is, they're going to have another Soho loft where they're not going to be able to get the labor entitlements or anything else. They've addressed various things about what they're going to do with offsites. That's all they've done. Some people live down here. This is not contrary to gentleman speaking before me. There is nothing in this particular area that's beyond 3 stories. We're fine with 3 stories, 5 stories. We want them to use it. We want them to put office spaces in. We want them to put restaurants in or whatever. We think that a 17 and 19-story high-rise is too intense for the area.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard?
Mayor Goodman, may I ask Mr. Miley a question?
Certainly.
Mr. Miley, how long have you owned your property?
I believe it's 4 years.
And do you believe that this project, if built as proposed, will increase or decrease the value of your property?
Speaking with my appraisers and stuff, they say that my property will probably go down 40% if they build it. And that's just my particular property. I've heard stories of 25 to 30% from Mr. Piazza and stuff across the street. I left a message for Mr. Piazza yesterday. He hasn't returned my phone call.
Okay. All right, any other questions, Mr. Miley? All right, Mr. Vachanis.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is George Vochanis. My office is located, if I could have the overhead, please. My office is located on 631 South 9th Street. I've had my law practice there and 14 to 15 employees there for the past 15 years. And I'm here to tell you today that, first of all, that myself and I think most of the other business owners along South 9th Street aren't opposed to development on this particular corner, but we're definitely opposed to the magnitude and intensity of this development. This is a corner that is in dire need of development, as Mr. Miley has shown you through some of his photographs. But at the same time, I really want to put the council on notice of the fact that 9th Street, where my office and many others are located, looks like this. It's 1- and 2-story professional buildings that have all been there for a long time, that are all servicing clients that come in, that require on-street parking. All of us have adequate parking under the code when we established our businesses long ago. And we have parking that's sufficient for the current neighborhood as the way it stands. We would submit to you that we don't have parking that's sufficient for 31 stories of retail and condominiums. At the last council meeting, I stated that we need to be practical here and that customers and retail users and the like of 31 stories of retail use aren't going to go to the 6th story of a parking garage. They're going to go to the street level. The street level is what we depend on for our parking. We all have adequate parking for that and for our businesses, but not for this type of monstrous project within a neighborhood that looks like this one looks. I thought he had a question for me. I heard this man speaking behind me.
I didn't hear it.
In addition to that, with respect to the compatibility of this project, besides parking, there's also the issue regarding traffic. It's going to have access on 9th Street. Again, you heard the figures on the square footage with respect to the different types of retail use, with respect to the different types of condo use and the like. Again, it's our position that this is going to have a severe impact on our traffic on 9th Street. I guess they have submitted a traffic report. Since most of my practice is devoted to litigation type issues, I can tell you that paying an expert $5,000 to $10,000 gets you amazing results to support basically whatever you want. So I'd ask that you if you're going to rely upon that report, I bet I could get a traffic report that would say the exact opposite. So again, I'd ask that the council be practical here when looking at putting 31 stories of retail and condo and offices near businesses that are nothing but 1- and 2-story offices. Now, with respect to the project itself, I think that it's also important that you look at the developer, the applicant here. This is a person with no history of building high-rise development. This is a person that has admitted to you basically that what they're going to do is simply flip it. They want your entitlements and they want you to flip it. And they want them to be able to flip it to some developer. Well, if there's mysterious principals back there that are looking at this very, very seriously and that actually want to come in and look at this project as it's being proposed to you, as was told to you today, let's see them. Let them come forward. And obviously they're not coming forward, and they are mysterious because, you know what, there's no one here to produce to you for that. We'd also ask that, I guess there's all of a sudden names of neighbors that are in favor of this project. As was told to you by Mr. Miley, I've also been informed that neighbors near my office that were told that they were going to make fantastic profits if they came out in favor of this project. And that sounds very consistent with what the neighbors here on 9th Street are also being told. So again, I'd look at a weary eye also with sudden homeowner approval here that wasn't in existence a few weeks ago. Again, this is all about compatibility, and it's all about who's proposing this. I submit to the council that it's bad planning policy to allow development based on flipping. And that's not how you're going to establish projects. What it's going to do is just going to cause the whole project to be re-reviewed when the actual real developer, whoever that may be, comes in. Because I'd submit to you that this isn't about shadows and it isn't about mystery developers. It's about good, sound development. And what good, if I got the overhead, what good, sound development isn't is having entitlements given and then having other individuals come up and try to later flip this project to other people.
If I could, please.
Yes.
I'm sitting up here, and I'm not an attorney, okay? But I've heard allegations here that I want Mr. Gregory to come up here and talk to these allegations that these attorneys are making here. I mean, what they're doing to me is underhanded, not above board. If there's talk like this going on, then what are we even doing here? Well, I'm talking about this flipping. They're admitting that they've been approached, that all they're going to do is flip this property, and I don't like to hear this stuff anymore.
Okay, well, I appreciate
If you pass this project on its merits, we're going to deny it because there's illegal activity going on, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, well, I received a letter from...
Can I answer any other questions while I'm up here?
Not right now, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
I received a letter from Mr. Gregory, which I read over the noon hour, and the very allegations that have been addressed today were addressed in that letter, and so it was a preemptive strike on his part, anticipating what was going to be said, and he denies that he has any intention other than to develop the property. He denies ever saying that he wasn't going to use union help, and basically what it comes down to, Mayor Pro Tem, is that we want to see these kind of projects in our downtown. We don't want to see them delayed, and we don't want to be taken advantage of and defrauded by representations where people come to us and they ask for entitlements, and then we see that the next thing they do is they're trying to flip the property. But the truth of the matter is, I think we have to judge the project on its merits, and we're in America. If there's a flipping, there's a flipping, but that's why I want to put this year limitation on it, so that it has to come back, and we have to see that there's progress.
Mr. Gregory, a question. Did you, in anybody's presence, did you ever tell anybody what's been said here today, you were going to flip this property?
Never.
And they're saying, Your Honor, that they was told by this applicant that that's all he's going to do is flip this property.
That's absolutely inaccurate.
What did you say, if anything, about your intentions on this piece of property?
To build this project, Your Honor. Currently, just to give you a little bit of a background, my background is in finance. I spent 30 years in the securities industry. A significant portion of my net worth is tied up in this project. I do own other projects here in Las Vegas. I'm currently developing, since there was an allegation made that I have no experience, I'm currently developing 250-lot subdivision outside of St. George, Utah, 2 multi-million-dollar homes in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico, and 40 condominiums in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. So to say that I have no experience is inaccurate.
All right, well,
it is my intent to build this project.
What I don't want to do, Mayor Pro Tem, is I feel like Ms. Vazio and the congressman. The only difference is there's nothing to drink. Pardon me. But I don't want to start putting it under oath. I mean, I really don't. I don't like to do that. I really don't. But I think we have to proceed. Unless, Mr. Miley, do you want to give us specifics as to when these statements were made?
I can't give you the exact date. There were several people in the room.
All right, who was there?
Michael McDonald, Richard Henry. I believe that Mr. Gregory was there. I don't know if Mr. Clapsaddle was there or not, and I forget when Ms. Shaw was there.
And what was the statement that was made?
Basically, I said, you don't have the money. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. Let's work out a deal. I don't want to be around you if you're going to build. Give me some space in there so I can move out for a couple of years.
How about the flipping?
Well, that's when he said, we bought this property next to us, behind you, for $38 a square foot amalgamated. And they volunteered that. And I was in shock because I thought the property was about $145 a square foot. They said, we're looking to sell this property behind you for $17 million, is what they said. they also said basically that they want to work out a deal, pay me below market interest rate, pay 144 square foot for my property, and then split it 50-50, and Mr. Reese and I spoke about that in his chambers the other day, and split it 50-50 when the project ever goes forward. With respect to union labor, Your Honor, I even got on the phone with the labor union that afternoon and said, just guess the conversation I had today. As an officer of the court, you've seen me in court before, Mr. Wilson's seen me in court before, I'm on the state bar committee, I disbar attorneys for lying. The fact that my integrity called into question by someone who's not from the state, who's already admitted he has, I don't know how much money tied up in this project, I find personally insulting and offensive.
First of all, my residence is 283 Parameadow Street in Henderson, Nevada, for the record.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Okay, anybody else want to be heard? Yes, ma'am. Let's have a calm, reasoned presentation.
Glenda Shaw, 916 South Casino Center Boulevard. I am a 48-year resident of Las Vegas. I love the city. I have a good reputation in this town, and I was present at all of these meetings. Perhaps there's been some miscommunication or a misinterpretation of the word joint venture. Joint venture is not flipping. We did discuss doing joint venture on this property. We are flipping and have flipped other properties that we have purchased in the Centennial area and are presently do have those on the market so that we have all of the sufficient funds to do this project. This project is our focus for development. And as far as the fire, we have had lots of homeless, and as the weather turns, we get a lot of them breaking in constantly. We are constantly on top of getting these properties cleaned up. It is a weekly job, almost daily anymore, because they keep breaking into these residences. We're doing everything we can. We do have security that patrols the area for us, reports to us, and we send our maintenance people out as soon as we possibly can to clean up the mess, bring up the mess, and keep them from being a health or liability hazard.
Thank you.
What about, excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, certainly.
Ma'am, what about that property that was shown that the mayor was asking the neighborhood service to clean it up right away?
That is right behind Mr. Miley's office. The fire started on a Saturday evening.
I'm talking about the fire. I'm talking about the picture he showed after that.
Sure. That he said was done today?
Yes.
Yes, we had our crew over there this morning cleaning up. They had other jobs to do before they went to this property. It got broken into again over the last couple of days because of the weather and because of Halloween last night. There were a lot of them that broke in again. We keep trying to mitigate these problems, but unfortunately these are distressed properties that are uninhabitable, so we boarded them up.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
With Mayor Pro Tem's permission. You know, I bought two properties on 7th and Bonneville about 6, 7, 8 years ago, and one of them was boarded up and the other one was close to it. And rather than leave them in that condition so that the things you describe occur, I leveled them. Why don't you do that?
And we are.
We would be happy to level those properties, Councilman.
We have taken bids on them, and unfortunately, there are so many demolition jobs out there that we have to wait our turn. And unfortunately, we have a waiting period in order to get those demolition. Yes, we have got, especially those that are uninhabitable.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I apologize, just one
No problem.
point of clarification for the record. This project is not within the downtown Centennial Plan area.
Right. Thank you. All right, anybody else want to be heard before we close the public hearing? So.
My name is Larry Harrison. I have an office at 724 South 9th Street. I am not adverse to the project itself. My concerns is that I have 4 or 5 licensed agents in my office at any given time. And when you're going through this construction process, my concerns as I'm driving up and down the other corridors is the construction trucks, the utilities, the tearing up of the street, and no access or limited access to my office. As soon as I heard about this project, I put my office up for sale. That was over 90 days ago. I've yet to have anybody come through because of the concerns that I'm expressing today is limiting me from even being able to sell my project. I think that my office would make an excellent construction office. I'd like to see them use my office as construction office, level it for parking, for remote parking, whatever it might be. But for me to be there, my office is very much like a retail store in that I'm offering health insurance, and I need to have easy access to my office, or this project could sink me during the next 3 to 5 years if we have construction delays. That's my concern.
I'm asking the city manager to send the gentleman a bill for that free advertising. All right. Very good. Thank you. All right. Anybody else?
I'd like to say that...
Please give us your name, please.
Oh, my name is Joseph E. Theriot. I came here in 1940 to teach high school at the Las Vegas High School. And in 1942, I bought the property at 621 South 9th Street. I've lived there ever since, had lots of chances to sell, but I like the area. I think it's a wonderful place. It's close to town. I used to walk to high school. I think that it's a good place to live, good place to be. And I think that this project will improve the place. I would like to have some more neighbors. I've got a lot of lawyers now. But,
and lawyers are not neighbors, I know that.
Oh, yeah, they're neighbors, but I don't see them. And it's a wonderful place. I think that this would improve the whole thing. I'd be very happy to have a nice restaurant down there close, so I could go down and have maybe dinner. At any rate, I'm in favor of it, and I hope that it goes through. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, anybody else? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. I've got a couple questions, Mr. Klapsel.
Yes, sir.
Do you have the financing in place for the project?
Let me defer to Mr. Gregory or Mr. Shaw or Ms. Shaw.
Right.
I can tell you this, is that when Glenda was talking about joint venturing with a partner, we are in the midst of doing that. We own this dirt. We are negotiating with joint venture partners who can come in and help us build this. As far as financing, normally you go do that after entitlements, then you have a project to go and talk to a financier about. But let me defer to Mr. Gregory to tell you about his activities.
Okay, but as far as you know,
financing.
Your answer, I'm going to take it as a long way of saying no, you don't.
I'm going to defer to the owner.
Okay, so I'll strike your answer then.
Okay.
Okay, fine.
Mr. Mayor, we've had discussions with several groups. As I say, my background is finance and Wall Street for the last 30 years. Up until my retirement last December 31st, I was the national spokesperson for the AIM Management Group, which is one of the largest money management companies in the whole world. We have a local funder who has funded another project here, who has expressed interest in providing up to $20 million worth of equity financing. But as my colleague here said, until such time as we have the entitlements, it really is difficult to be able to quantify exactly what is going to be needed. So the short answer is, we have interest, but do we have something in place right now? The answer is no.
How much will the project cost to build?
So let me again defer to Mr. Klapsel. We're saying somewhere in the neighborhood around, depending upon, the good news is that construction costs have been coming down.
Yeah, I would hate to give a figure, but construction costs are coming down. The cost of steel is coming down. The cost of concrete is coming down. The cost of doing these types of projects that we've seen in the past will help us get it built quicker.
How much will it cost
to do this?
Somewhere in excess of $100 million.
Probably.
Right, and
I would just hate to tell you.
And when will it be built? When's it going to be finished?
As soon as physically possible, Your Honor. And does that mean in the next 2 years? Does that mean we can start in the year? The process right now of getting getting building permits, plans approved, could take 12 to 18 months. We would like to start this as soon as possible because, quite frankly, this is not the best use of my money. I would like to see this project get underway as quickly as humanly possible. That's all that I can tell you.
Well, assuming that this council approves the project.
Yes, sir.
And assuming that part of the motion by the Mayor Pro Tem would be to have a year review on this, what can we expect to hear at the end of the year as to the progress made on this?
Well, I'd like to say within 6 months that, Your Honor and members of the council, we have a builder lined up, we have construction financing in place, we have equity financing. I'd like to be able to come back within 6 months to tell you that we have something concrete to move forward. Again, it is my intent to move forward with this project as quickly as possible. There's no reason for me to sit on these entitlements. As was mentioned before, I have other property that's up for sale. I have not come before this council saying that I'd like entitlements on this property when I never had any intention. I have Casino Center Boulevard. So if you'd like me to come back here in 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, I'd be more than happy to tell you exactly what we're doing, and the progress that we're making. I'm totally sincere in telling you that this project is for real, and we're going to move as quickly as possible to get this thing approved and to get this thing built.
Thank you. All right. Are there any other questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Councilor Wilson.
I think I know the answer to this question, but Mr. Lewis, entitlements run with the land, not the owner. Is that right? So if we grant the entitlements as requested and it's flipped or sold or whatever you want to call it, and the new owner comes in, that new owner has the entitlements. So we can't condition entitlements on just this owner. Is that right?
Mr. Councilman, that is correct. You can condition these entitlements as you see fit within your discretion, but with regard to this property owner, he may not be the property owner within 1 year.
And the reason I bring this up, for obvious reasons, is we're judging some integrity here, and the gentleman sounds credible, he sounds believable, but I'd hate to grant the entitlements, and like we all have the concern, 6 or 12 months from now, he's gone because a better deal came around, and then we have to rely on a new owner who may take another 2 or 3 or 4 years, and it's just sitting there.
Mayor Pro Tem, may I ask this question? Absolutely. Thank you. Assuming that we put a year review on it, and at the end of the year we conclude that there really hasn't been sufficient movement to have the project actualized, we can then remove the entitlements, can we not?
Mr. Mayor, is that a question for me?
Yes.
Yeah, the answer is, it's not so much you'd be putting a review on your site plan review today, or your special use permits. They would be, your entitlements would be for a time certain. So they would expire in 1 year. Yes. So they would have to come back forward again, and they would have to indicate to you why it is they need the extension.
Right, okay. That was my intention when I began to talk about this, because I did not want us to be taken advantage of. I didn't want developers, and I'm not talking about this particular instance, to come before us, get the entitlements, and we don't have. I'm more interested, and the council's more interested in the project.
Absolutely.
Rather than who's building it, whether or not you're going to make money from it. We want to see these kind of developments in our downtown and throughout our city. And we have to have some kind of a hold on it, that if they're not progressing in a reasonable manner, that we have the right to then terminate the entitlements and go back to square one. Yeah. And that's our intention. All right. Very good. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to thank the council members for their questions. I want to thank the applicant as well as the residents, how much I appreciate their meeting. I really thought we might be able to come up with some type of agreements. I don't think we have. I do have some added conditions. I guess the first condition I want to put on here, and this is just because I've been sitting here today and some of the things that Mr. Miley had to present to us, I would ask staff, is there any way we condition this property, and I'm not trying to use it as far as getting the project built, but I would like to see this whole project demolished and a fence put around it until such time that they start construction.
May I make a point of reference here? Right now, we have quite a viable shopping center on Charleston that is fully leased And so this is good rent-paying customers.
How about the empty ones?
The empty ones, right now, there is only one empty. We're referring to the 10th Street properties at 700, 708, and 712. 708 is owner-occupied. Actually, the gentleman that I purchased the property from is occupying that property. It's 712 that is vacant at this point, and based upon our analysis, it's really impossible to rehab that property, and so I would be more than happy to demolish that property.
Is that the burnout structure?
Yes, sir, it is.
Which is the one that Mr. Miley, right behind Mr. Miley's?
That is the one that Mr. Miley was referring to at 712.
So we can get that demolished right now?
We can get that demolished as soon as the council requested. Within 30 days, I'm sure there's no problem.
Then 30 days would be my condition then.
Very good.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I would either put that condition on item 74 or 76 or both.
Councilwoman, did you want to say something?
I did want to say anything. I got lost a little bit there between those comments, so excuse me. And I may be taking a different tack in this. I just wanted to note that I'm very concerned about the consistency that we have in development within the city. And we need to look at the message we're sending to the development community and those people, as well as to the neighborhoods surrounding the areas of the development. My concern is that this site is outside of the Centennial Plan, as Betsy Fetwell mentioned, but at the same time, we're continuing to discuss limiting height on other major commercial corridors that are within the Centennial Plan. And to me, it's just, let's have a plan one way or the other and keep within that plan. I think that way we're not causing problems within the building community. The applicant's replies to me were not very definite on cost or where the financing could be obtained. I think the intensity of this building is at great variance with the neighborhood. I thought the Councilman Wolfson had an excellent point on the granting of entitlement. We've been granting entitlements, and we've been noting in open meetings for some time now that there are many problems recently on the delays that are caused. So I just wanted to voice my concerns in this, and thank you very much for listening, and thank you very much, Councilman Reese, for letting me add those comments.
All right, thank you.
And again, I can certainly appreciate that, the locations. I think I've tried to look at each project that comes before me more on its merits rather than what's built around the corner. And I think some projects need to be built, and some of them need to go back and be redone or relooked at. And so this one here, I've went by there probably 5 or 6 different times. I have concerns. I think I brought this out. I have concerns about once the project is built, how we're going to affect the flow of traffic. I have concerns about the gentleman that has an office down there during construction, how we're going to affect his in and out, his parking for his customers, his real estate people. That bothers me also because I'm a small businessman myself and I understand what parking is. And all these things, we don't have any records. I would hope because of the Soho lofts that we'd be able to see what kind of traffic problem is generated on one of these high-rises, but we got construction going on downtown, and when you try to get downtown, it's pretty impossible. And I really think that if we allow this project to be built, that we are going to have problems during construction and after construction. And I wanted to add a condition on here that 6 months or a year after this project is completed, that if there's a need for traffic signalization, 1 spot, 2 spots, 3 spots, 4 spots, because of this project, that the developer will fund and will put in those mechanisms that we have to have for traffic control.
Councilman Reese, we are happy to commit to that.
Okay, that would be my condition number 10 then. Also, I don't know whether I can, but I do have a problem with what Mr. Miley indicated as far as union work. I would hope that you would commit on your own that you will make sure that this is built 100% union.
Absolutely. We, as I say, that I don't recall that was ever brought up, but we have no problem with that, and that would be a commitment.
I won't speak for the other council members, but I do have concern about that also. So that would be my condition number 11 then. They volunteered that.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I hate to interject at this time.
Well, then don't.
You volunteered. I think it's good to hear from the applicant that this would be, in fact, union labor. But I might advise against making that a condition of approval. I'm not sure that is enforceable. I'm not sure I could go to the RJC and enforce that on your behalf. So I would just recommend that we've heard it on the record. I think that we can enforce it as gentlemen, but I'm not sure I would advise it being on our applications as a condition.
Well, I don't know how to use dynamite either.
We are on the record.
Okay. Then my first condition that I would add then, I'm going to read these in, and Margaret will put them wherever they become necessary, okay? She's sticking her tongue out at me.
If this, Mayor Pro Tem, is this the list that Mr. Clapsaddle provided?
Yes.
Just to go over that, to review those, with regard to the construction plan, there is a condition already written with regard to the construction plan. What I think would be good to add is that during the construction phase of the project, the applicant shall provide a contact person, email address, and telephone number to the council ward office and the Planning and Development Department as a contact on a 24-hour basis. I think that is one that we don't have that we should have, that should be added. The provision of a security barrier to ensure the protection of properties abutting the neighbors during construction, subject to the approval of the Building and Safety Department, is another one that could be added that is not in there. If the councilman wishes, this shadow study submitted to the department prior to commencement of the construction, but I don't know what we would do with that.
Yeah, I don't either. That's
right. So that's some rewording on a couple of them. If there's others, sir, we'll certainly work with you on that.
Okay. Well, the first one I had was the applicant shall amend the site development plan to add an additional level of parking to the parking garage. The applicant shall ensure that a portion of the retail mix of the project shall include a nice restaurant. During the construction phase of the project, the applicant shall provide an off-site staging area and transport employees to the site. And I don't know that we, the city, have enough staff to go out there and man that, to make sure that it's done. But if one of the businesses in the area, if they call and complain about employees parking in front of their businesses, I would like to have them, give them the ability to have the car towed immediately. I mean, if they want to call you guys first, Margot, I'm just talking right now, it's not a condition, but if they call you and if you don't respond, like you got that 24-hour, you promised me you'll have a 24-hour number where somebody can call, and if they know somebody pulling in there with their hard hat and walking across the street, and they call you and the car isn't removed within a reasonable amount of time, they have the right to have that car towed.
Well, I have no problem with that, Councilman.
Because I definitely feel I don't want any of these people that have business that are out of business. I want this to be a project that's going to help all those people in this area.
No, you have my assurance that we would like to be the best of neighbors.
Okay.
On top of that, Mayor Pro Tem, we have to give your staff a plan for construction that will all be part of the plan. So all this will be written in, not only as conditions of approval, when we come back to your staff and give you a construction plan and a schedule and all of that, all of this will be incorporated into that report.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Bart Anderson, Public Works.
I know you.
I'm just a little bit concerned over how such a request would be enforced, that we would have selective public parking on the street and some people can and some people can't, and who would do the towing and by what authority?
The businesses will know. Okay, if the car's been parked out there for 7 hours, 2 days in a row, they know that they're working over here.
I know that.
If they call them and ask them to have this car moved, they should be able to move it.
And who do they call to have the car towed away?
They could call a towing company or somebody. There's a whole bunch of them in the Yellow Pages.
Well, I understand that, but at whose expense is it going to be towed?
At the car owner's expense, after he's been warned and stuff, yes, it's going to be the car owner's expense. They're going to be told. They're going to make sure all their employees are going to be told that they can't, this is where they're going to park. We're going to pick you up over here at this designated area. We're going to bring you over here to the site.
Mr. Councilman, if I could just interject, if you work that out and it works well, I want you to give me that plan to use for those parking places on Sahara that we've been fighting for a year and a half, and where we've done everything you've done in code-sided. They just don't listen to us, and I've told the mayor, it's not right that they don't listen to us, but they don't.
Well, but again, though, this is new territory. And we got businesses over here. It's not like between Main and Las Vegas Boulevard. We're going into an existing neighborhood. And again, this is not the first time I've been involved in this. When these attorneys moved in there, I had the same kind of meetings. And they didn't want people parking, the homeowners didn't want people parking in front of their homes either, and taking up their way to get into their driveways. They block their driveways. I went through this before. We have to enforce it.
If I may then suggest that the condition require the applicant to coordinate with parking enforcement to come up with a plan for limiting or...
You could have said that right at the beginning.
I apologize, sir. Okay. I'm thinking on my feet and I'm slow.
We will do that. We will incorporate what Mr. Anderson is talking about as part of the construction plan. Yes, sir.
And again, I want to emphasize, this is something to me that is very, very new. We don't know what's going to happen once this project is done. We don't know how it's going to affect traffic. We don't know whether we're going to have to make one-way streets. We don't know whether we're going to put in traffic signal at 8th and Bonneville. We don't know how it's going to affect traffic. I want to make sure that this project is as 100% good as we could possibly make it. And I think working with the applicant, we can do that.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Jim Lewis, City Attorney's Office. Mr. Mayor, Pro Tem. I think that with regard to this condition part, I think we do need to say, pursuant to the provisions of our code, the applicant will do so, because if our code doesn't allow the city to tow these cars legally, we don't want to create a new framework just for this, because we may not be able to do so. So I would just ask that we add to the condition, pursuant to the Las Vegas Municipal Code, the applicant will blah, 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 blah. It would be dangerous for us to have city parking enforcement having those rules created for this project itself. We may be able to come up with a comprehensive framework for these projects as well. But it would be dangerous on a case-by-case basis to try to amend our code through site plan reviews. So I would just ask that we add that as part of the condition.
That's fine.
Thank you, sir.
And also,
and as long as you're talking about this, gentlemen, this is not going to be the first. This is the first time a project of this magnitude is being built in a residential area.
Yes.
But I think it's just the beginning of projects like this being built in residential areas. So it would do us well, Mr. Anderson and Ms. Wheeler, it would do us well as a city to begin enacting provisions which can be part of our code, which will address issues like this, so there will be a consistency, and when developers come before us, they'll know exactly what they're going to be expected to do. This one here is sort of like a guinea pig or a test case, but this is not going to be the last of these projects.
Mayor, we agree, and the condition regarding the comprehensive construction staging plan is a required condition now on all of these projects.
And again, Your Honor, we put in a SRO, a single room occupant, at 8th and Ogden, and we went kind of through the same history there. We didn't have anything to base our conditions on, and we didn't have anything to base our parking requirements on, and so it was brand new then. This is, to me, it's kind of the same thing. Only this is at a bigger magnitude, and I'm skeptical. I'm scared to death what we're going to create here. But again, though, I've had many residents call me that was opposed to the attorneys moving into this 8 or 9 years ago. So like I say, I'm trying to do what the constituents want. They want this. I'm going to try to make sure that we condition it such that we impact the people in the area the least amount that we can. And I feel like that's all we can do as a council, is to try to, the least impact we can have on them, the better they're going to like the project, too. I'd like to have the hours of operation during the construction phase be between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. The staging area we talked about, the safety barrier we talked about, the shadow study, I think it's important. I don't know who's going to benefit from it, but I'd like to see a shadow study to see how it's going to affect.
Okay.
I think that's all the conditions I have. Councilmembers, is there anything else you'd like to add before I make the motions?
Now, gentlemen, are those conditions agreeable?
They are
indeed.
Very good.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, forgive me if I didn't hear it, but did we say something about the one-year time frame?
That's in there. It's an existing condition right now, but it says 2 years. I'm going to change that to 1 year.
Very good. Thank you.
And, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you discuss, was there a condition in about the parking garage being built first?
I went over the top of that one. That's my condition number 4. During the construction phase of the project, the applicant shall construct the parking garage as the first phase of the project to provide on-site parking for employees building the mixed-use portion of this development.
Agreeable, gentlemen?
It is agreeable.
Very good.
Thanks, sir. Okay. With that, Your Honor, I'm willing to make a motion on the general plan amendment I make for approval of that item with all conditions, please.
All right, item 69, let's vote on it, please.
Could I just ask one question? You said that you've gone to the neighbors and you haven't had the complaints from the neighbors then?
No, none.
No complaints from the neighbors?
None of the residents that live there. The one lady that is in between the two attorneys, she's kind of, I think, hesitant. I think that she's scared a little bit. She told me that she really didn't want it, but it wasn't an emphatic no. She just kind of said she didn't want to have it.
Okay. I still have my concerns, but if the citizens in that area feel that way, then they...
We seen a gentleman, and God bless him, I love him to death, Mr. Thury, come here. We had a meeting the other night here at the same chambers, 100 years old. He came out to voice his opinion, and I want him to know how much I appreciate that. I think it's important that we have somebody that cares. And like I say, I've had many, many meetings with the Thury's over some of the attorney's offices being built originally, so I appreciate what he does. I appreciate what he has done and what he continues to do for his community, and I appreciate that. And so, Your Honor, my motion for to approve the GPA.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on the rezoning, 14-338, I make a motion for approval with all conditions.
All right, please vote. Opposed?
With a change in the condition there, Margot, 1 year. Okay.
Margo, I would think that we'd want the 1 year on the rezoning as well. We can't do it on the GPA, but I think we ought to have a 1 year time limit on the rezoning as well. That way it expires, the resolution of intent expires too.
Very good. All right, that's the motion then.
Okay, that's an amendment.
Yes.
Condition number 2, is that correct, Margo?
Yes, a
Right,
one-year
that would be a
review.
one-year expiration on the zoning item 70.
Okay, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. 71, please.
On the variance, 14-342, I make a motion for approval with all conditions.
All right, please vote. Opposed?
And on
Councilman Ross, your vote didn't register.
Carries.
On item 72, I make a motion for approval with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Carries.
And item 73, variance 14-347, I would like to make a motion to strike that item.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed?
Okay.
That's the parking variance.
Yeah, I was just thinking for them to withdraw would then take it off by their way.
Either way is fine, and striking, I think, would accomplish the same
Sorry,
thing.
Margo.
It's been a motion to strike. Let's vote. Opposed? Carries.
And item 74, the special use permit 14-339, I would make a motion for approval with all conditions as amended.
All right, thank you. Let's vote.
I'm sorry, what amendment, sir?
Is there anything else? There's some on 74?
76 will be the place, I believe, to put them all. especially the one that you discussed was with regard to the demolition, but since they may well not be exercising this SUP on the mixed use, immediately my thought would be to put it on the SDR.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, with all conditions in.
Okay, let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries.
And on 75, make a motion for approval with all conditions.
All right, please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And item 76, site development review 14349, make a motion for approval with all conditions as amended.
May I take a try to make sure we've got them all?
Absolutely, please.
Okay, thank you. The change to condition number 2, that the approval shall be for 1 year instead of 2 years, with the rest of the language in number 2 remaining. In number 3, the development shall be in conformance with the submitted plans as shown in condition number 3, adding the phrase that a new site plan, including ground floor restaurant use, shall be submitted to provide parking to meet all code requirements. So that will take care of the parking, sir.
Is that, I want it in there, though, that they're going to add one more level of parking.
Well, the issue, and that certainly may, but this would allow them, they either remove units or they add the parking.
I don't want to remove the units. I want them to add the parking.
Okay, so to provide parking within an additional level to meet code.
Would increasing the parking garage height from 6 stories to 7,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, accomplish the same thing?
Well, again, my concern is we noticed the floors, the stories of the buildings. We could not at this time
No,
approve additional stories.
No, they're just going to add one story of parking to what they have.
Right, and that would have to be subterranean. It would not be able to add to the height of the buildings.
No, they're going to have the 6 floors of parking, and they're going to have
We would add just one additional above-ground parking in the 6-story parking structure. So we would go from 6 to 7. That would not change the height of the 2 buildings that would have the condominiums.
You'd have one less floor in your condominiums.
No, sir. Since the parking garage is separate, it's separate.
Oh, okay.
We can't do that, Margot?
Well, the problem, sir, is that generally when we notice a 14-story and a 17-story building, we do not allow them to go any higher than what was noticed.
But this is the parking garage itself, though.
It's separate.
It's a separate building.
That's
where I was confused. It's a separate building. The parking is separate from the condos.
No, it's not.
The site plan, if I may, Your Honor,
Yes.
to Mayor Pro Tem and Director Wheeler, the site plan shows a number of level and a height of the parking garage. What we're suggesting is that we would just take one more level and add it to that to accomplish what you want. Every level has a certain number of parking spaces to it. I can't remember what it is offhand, but we would add one more level with that number of parking spaces to make sure we are overparked.
Okay, then the language that I had, that the new site plan, including ground floor restaurant use, shall be submitted to provide parking within an additional level to meet code requirements.
That'd be fine.
Okay.
That's great.
An additional condition that the property at 712 10th Street shall be demolished within 30 days. That during the construction of the project, the applicant shall construct the parking garage as the first phase of the project to provide on-site parking for employees subject to the requirements of the building code. They need to be sure to meet that. That during the construction phase, the applicant should provide a contact person, email address, and telephone number to the council ward office and Planning and Development Department as a 24-hour contact. That the hours of operation of construction shall be limited to 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. That a safety barrier to ensure the protection of abutting properties be constructed, subject to approval of building code requirements. A shadow study shall be prepared and submitted to the Planning and Development Department prior to the commencement of construction. And then I'll take that the applicant shall work with parking enforcement, or do you want to try these? You got them?
With the caveat that parking enforcement is not a part of Public Works and I can't commit them, here is what I'll take a stab at. Pursuant to municipal code provisions, provide a plan to be approved by parking enforcement prior to the issuance of permits, whereby any vehicles of contractors or employees associated with this development may be towed if they are parked along the street adjacent to property not owned by this applicant.
Great.
And I would defer to the attorneys to make sure that I'm not busting anything.
No, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, that sounds great.
And I have not addressed the signalization that you had spoke to. Did you want that to be a condition as well?
Absolutely, yes.
How about coordinate with the, okay, we need a 1 year after development?
Yes. After construction.
How do we do that? Oh, well, yes.
After completion.
Within 1 year after a certificate of occupancy is issued, coordinate with the traffic engineer to determine if additional signalization is required in the neighborhood as a result of this development. The developer shall be responsible for the total cost of all signalization required or recommended by the traffic engineer.
Through you, Your Honor, we have no problem with that. We will, after that, we will update our traffic study, bring it in, we'll sit down with your staff, what they tell us we have to do, we'll do.
And pay for it.
Put that in.
And pay for it.
Very good.
And I got one other condition. Construction, staging, and access shall cause minimal disruption to the free flow of traffic along Charleston Boulevard, Gas, Garcias, 9th and 10th Street.
And if I may, that would be added to condition number 13 to further describe the comprehensive construction staging plan.
And Mayor Pro Tem, that is the same condition we have placed on other projects of this nature. We're happy to accept that.
Thank you. Any other conditions we need to add? Now let me my motion for approval of item number 76 with all conditions as amended.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Okay, motion carried. Thank you very much.
And if I could, I just want to thank everyone for their participation. I hope we see this project started within a year or two.
And I'd just like to say to the council, thank you for your support, and we hope to make this project a credit to the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, 81 and 45 from this morning. 81 is SUP 14687. The applicant is Synep CVS LLC, doing business as CVS Pharmacy 2990. The owner of CVS 2990 Las Vegas LLC requests for a special use permit for a retail establishment with accessory packaged liquor off sale on 1.55 acres at 6391 Westlake Mead Boulevard.
Your Honor?
Yes.
This item was actually held in abeyance, and I thought that y'all would have gotten the notice on this.
81 was...
we did not read it in the record.
We didn't read 81 to be obeyed.
I'm sorry. I thought I heard you guys read that.
No, we went to 82...
I'm sorry. Well, at any rate, the applicant had met with us, and they weren't able to get their meeting scheduled with the neighborhood. I guess there was a conflict with the scheduling, and had submitted a letter. We saw a copy of the letter, and I think the letter was submitted to the city clerk's office, because we had gotten a copy of it as well.
All right. Do you want to obey it then?
Yes, Your Honor. That's an abeyance request from the applicant for 2 weeks, please.
All right. That would be 81 and 45.
Yes, sir, and I apologize for the inconvenience.
No problem.
I'm sorry.
That's November 15th.
November 15th. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? No problem. Motion carries. Thank you. All right. We're going to go to 84.
I believe we're also going to need 45.
Yes. Okay. Would you make a motion on 45?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm ready to obey this item for 2 weeks, please.
Thank you. Let's vote.
Thank you.
Opposed?
Thank you, Ronnie. I apologize.
No problem. Motion carries. All right. 84 is RQR 13791. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor. The owner is McElhose Trust. Required 2-year review of an approved special use permit, which allowed a 40-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at 1535 Northeastern Avenue. This is Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Thank you, Your Honor. Paul Larson, 300 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. We are pleased to have both the Planning Commission and staff recommendation for approval. We had originally held this item so we could meet with staff to discuss one of the conditions we had issues with, and that was, yes, Mayor.
This has been, this has been there for a long time. Condition number one under the strike, have stricken. And that is to get a final building permit. The sign's been up there for as long as I can remember. And I don't know whether we can find a building permit on this site, so I'm going to strike that condition from this application.
All right. Want to make a motion?
This is public hearing.
Public hearing, folks. Anybody want to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
RQR 13791, Your Honor, I make a motion for approval, striking item, condition number one, please.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, item number 85 is RQR 15054. The applicant owner is ECT Holdings LLC, required 5-year review of an approved variance, which allowed a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign, 290 feet from an existing billboard, where 300 feet is the minimum separation distance required at 1200 East Charleston Boulevard. This is Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. Subject to conditions, it's a public hearing which is now open.
Thank you, Your Honor. Paul Larson, 300 South 4th Street, representing the applicant again. This item as well, we enjoy a Planning Commission recommendation, unanimous recommendation for approval, as well as staff recommendation. The reason we had held this and asked to have it held again was for the same condition that was deleted from the previous item. So we'd ask for that as well.
Thank you. Public hearing?
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. This is item 85, which I referenced previously when you were addressing the lengthy discussion of properties between 9th and 10th and Charleston. And I noticed the address. This is the billboard that casts a shadow east to west on that particular location. But you may also recall the residents that were here to speak, at least one of the informed residents advised that shadows were not an issue. In that case, approve the billboard. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard? I will close the public hearing then.
Yes, Your Honor. This, at this location, it's a billboard at the historic Huntridge site. It's been there for years again. I would make a motion for approval of this item with a 2-year review because of the construction we might have in this area. You might change the location of this billboard, so I'd like to have a 2-year review on this, and also striking condition number 1.
All right, thank you. That's the motion. Let's vote, please.
If I may, that does not require condition change to number 2, as we have a 2-year review. So the only change would be to delete number 1.
The motion, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, good luck to you. 86, 87, 88, and 89. 86 is GPA 16140. The applicant owner is William B. Palmer II and Roselle J. Palmer. Request to amend a portion of the southeast sector plan of the master plan from DR, which is Desert Rural Density Residential, to O, Office, on 0.76 acres at 2320 Potosi Street. It's in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 87 is ZON 16141. Same applicant owner, request for rezoning from RE Residential Estates to PR Professional Office and Parking on 0.76 acres at 2320 Potosi Street. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 88 is VAR 16533. Same applicant owner, request for variance to allow a residential adjacency setback of 15 feet where 54 feet are required on 0.76 acres at 2320 Potosi Street. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 89 is SDR 16139. Same applicant owner. Request for site development plan review for proposed 9,300 square foot, one-story office building on .76 acres at 2320 Policy Street. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. This project is in Ward 1. These are all public hearings, which are now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. I'm Chris Kempfer. With me is Mr. Bob Ginzer. We're here on behalf of the owner and the applicant. Over the years, this particular piece of property has been somewhat difficult from a zoning standpoint. As Mr. Ginzer will point out, it is general plan for residential. It is zoned RE. It has residential on 3 sides of it. And yet, it's right next to the Ronald McDonald House. It faces on a commercial street. It is just down the street from a bar and on the same street as the athletic club. So it's been a very difficult piece to decide what we can and cannot do with it. It has not been residentially used for the last couple of uses, and so that's how our client got involved in it, to put his law office in conjunction with this piece of property. What we did is, before we even filed this application, we met with the neighbors. In fact, we had 3 separate meetings with the neighborhood. And during each one of those meetings, we asked the question, do you think it's still appropriate for residential? Virtually without exception, there was one person who thought maybe if we put a big iron fence in the front of our property to keep the people from the commercial area out, that maybe you could use it as a home. Virtually every neighbor said, no, it's no longer appropriate for a home. So if it's not appropriate for a home, what is the next level up? That is an office professional use that looks like a home. And that's what we've done. We've designed something residential in appearance. We have the consensus of the neighbors. As I say, we've had 3 separate neighborhood meetings. The Planning Commission, not a single person showed up in opposition to it. So we would actually respectfully request your approval now, without me saying any more, of all applications, and thank you very much.
All right. Mr. Ginzer?
Nothing to add, Your Honor, unless there are some questions. I do have some photos of the property. If we need to use them, we'll be happy to show them to you.
Boy, what a life. Okay. It's unbelievable. Well, it's really, you have a great life, Mr. Ginzer.
Thank you.
You don't do anything. You're sort of like Mr. Perigo, who works for the city. It's terrific. Okay. No, just kidding.
Still here.
No, I love Perigo.
You're kidding about Mr. Perigo, but not about Mr. Ginzer.
Exactly. You got that right. Okay, it's a public hearing, folks.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas, about Mount Policy. That name rings a bell. I think that was famous, a site for a silver strike at one time or another. Perhaps not in this particular property, but if you run out of uses, that may be a possibility. You dig into the ground, see what you find, who knows? Could be some artifacts there. And in which case, I, of course, recommend approval on all 4 items. All 4. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. This is Councilwoman Tarkanian.
First, I'd like to compliment Mr. Kempfer and his staff, everybody, for the extra work you put into this, for the time spent in meeting with the neighbors. It certainly was admirable what you did. There was only one neighbor who had an objection, but he lives next to the Ronald McDonald House, and he objects to that, and that's already there. This is further distance. I move for approval, and I really do believe what Mr. Kempfer said is true. There is no better use for this particular piece of property than what is being recommended here right now.
All right, thank you. That's on 86. Let's vote.
Thank you, Council.
Opposed? Motion carries. 87, please.
Move for approval.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? With conditions.
With all conditions.
Motion carries. 88, please.
Move for approval.
Thank you. Please vote.
With all conditions.
Opposed, please. Motion carries. And 89, please.
Move for approval with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Ginzer. Good luck, everybody.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, members of the council, and especially thank you, Councilwoman.
Okay, 90 and 91. 90 is GPA 16193. The applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, requests to amend a portion of the southeast sector plan of the master plan from MXU, mixed use, to PF, public facilities of 1.71 acres at 250 West Baltimore Avenue and 300 West Boston Avenue. This is Ward 3. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. 91 is ZON 16450. The applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, requests for rezoning from CM, Commercial Industrial, to CV Civic, 1.56 acres at 300 West Boston Avenue. Ward 3, the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are public hearings, which are now declared open.
Mr. Mayor, this is a cleanup to ensure that we have the proper general plan and zoning designations on the city-owned properties known as the Stupak Center.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Ms. Wheeler on this? All right, public hearing, folks.
Thompson Allen, Las Vegas resident. It is still the Stupak Center. Question is, what is the exact purpose, use on this property going to be?
Because we can answer that question. I said, I'm glad you asked, we can answer that question. We're going to switch. We're going to turn the park into a community center. We're going to turn the community center into a park.
Restrooms, of course, included.
Absolutely.
Inside.
Yes. I want to thank Councilman Tarkanian for getting this project started. We're going to put in, I think it's an 80,000 square foot, two-story community center with a walking path, basketball courts. It's going to be a beautiful facility. We are going to add some much-needed parking on site. The existing site is about 1 acre for the community center. We're going to move it across the street where it's about 2.8 acres. We're going to have a bigger community center, but we're going to take the park and rebuild the park when we tear down the existing community center.
Yeah, that's a commendable plan. You recall, of course, that at one time that site was known as the Bullet, which was a newspaper.
That was known before my time, sir.
It was founded and paid for and written for by Mr. Bob Stupak. And the center eventually was named subsequently in honor of his deceased father, Chester, but spelled wrong, so they had to respell it. That's just a little piece of history. But I think your concept of the 2,000 square foot, 80-story tower in Ward 1, or what used to be Ward 1, would be an excellent idea.
It's 80,000 square foot and two-story.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Thank you very much for that clarification.
All right, would anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then.
Yes, on the GPA, I want to make a motion for approval, but I do want to thank staff for their hard work. I think we're going to have a beautiful facility here we can all be proud of.
All right, let's vote on 90, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And 91, please.
Same motion, motion for approval with all conditions on item 91, 16-450.
Okay, let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Oops. 97 is GPA 16105, the applicant owner, City of Las Vegas. Request to amend map number 2 of the transportation trails element of the Las Vegas 2020 master plan to delete a multi-use transportation alignment along Stewart Avenue from Bruce Street to Pecos Road and to realign a portion of a pedestrian path alignment from Sunrise Avenue to Stewart Avenue between Bruce Street and Pecos Road. This is Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open.
Mr. Mayor, this is a correction to our trails plan to have these urban trails appropriately designated as pedestrian pathways, and staff strongly recommends your favorable attention to this matter without further discussion.
All right. It's an unbelievable presentation. All right. Could I have a motion, please? It's a public hearing, folks. Does anyone want to address Ms. Wheeler's remarkability? All right, we'll close the public hearing then.
I move for approval of GPA 16105 with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I believe we're at 106, 107, correct? 106, 107. 106 is VAR 16113. The applicant owner is Richard Youngblood. Request for variance to allow a non-habitable accessory structure to exceed 50% of the floor area of the main dwelling and to exceed 50% of the rear yard area on .67 acres at 8320 West Washburn Road. It's in Ward 6. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. And 107 is SUP 16112. The applicant owner is Richard Youngblood. Request for special use permit for a non-habitable accessory structure at 8320 West Washburn Road. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. It's in Ward 6. These are both public hearings which are now declared open. Yes, sir.
My name is Richard Youngblood. I'm the owner applicant. The planning commission seemed to have two problems with the structure I want to put in the back of my property. First one being a steel building, the other one being the size of that building. If the problem is a steel building, if the size of the steel building is 1,670 square feet or less, it would not need a variance or a special use permit according to the planning department and the building department. It'd be to code to put in a steel building. If the building is larger than 1,670 square feet, why would a steel building be unacceptable? That's one of the questions that I have. If you allow steel buildings for this zoning, then what does it matter what the size of the building is? You either do or don't allow steel buildings. In the immediate area within a half mile of my house, there are several steel buildings that have been put in the past. As far as the size of the building, I put a lot of thought into the size of the building. I don't want to build something that would be too small, forcing me to build a second building. I've currently have 4 8x8x20 temporary storage containers full to the top. That's about 5,120 square or cubic feet of collectibles and other valuable possessions that have to be protected from the elements. I also own 3 vehicles, 2 trailers, one of which is an 8.5 by 24 foot trailer, 5 ATVs, 2 motorcycles, and I need to protect all of these from the elements. I feel that there's plenty of room on my property to support a building of this size, and it's consistent in size with other buildings in my neighborhood. The same general area that have the steel buildings, I've found several properties that have buildings that are over twice the size of the house. There are 2 buildings that are adjacent to my backyard that are in the city, 8331 Fisher and 8311 Fisher. 8331 Fisher is approximately .66 acres, which is a little bit smaller than my lot. The house size is 3,145 square feet, which is a little smaller than my house. The building that is at the back of that property is approximately 2,880 square feet, which is actually bigger than what I'm proposing. 8311 Fisher, which is in the city also, .46 acre lot. The house size 3,163 square feet. The building size is 1,088 square feet, which is considerably smaller than half the square footage of the residence. Lastly, here's a couple pictures. If I could get the overhead there.
A little bit.
Where we're
there
going.
you go.
Okay, there we go. I don't know if I can do them both. Here's a couple pictures of my backyard as it sits right now. It's just a dirt lot. I've got stuff kind of spewed all over the place. Those are the storage containers that I have on the property right now. I don't like to live like this. I'm trying to improve my property, which will bring up the value of my house, and will do the same for my neighbors' properties. I plan on putting a concrete driveway instead of the rocks that I currently have. down the east side of the property to provide access to the building. I'll also be putting in storm drain from the back of the property to the front of the property, so the building as well as my neighbors' properties don't get flooded out when it rains real hard. I've spoken to most of my neighbors on the block, and the first question they had for me was how high was the building going to be. When I explained to them that it was 5 feet lower than my house, than the peak of my house, they were okay with it. I knew when I started this project that the height would be an issue, because I wouldn't want somebody putting some big tall structure in the back of my property or obstructing my views of the area either. So I worked on the design of the building and had to change the pitch of the roof to get it lower, to get a lower peak height and still retain my eave height, which is what I need for getting my trailer in and out of the building. The building will be located at the very back of my property, which is also the back of 3 adjoining properties. It'll be at least 100 feet from the neighboring houses, and I don't know what else to add to try and get this to go through. I'd like to thank you for your time and consideration in this matter, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right, folks, a public hearing. Anybody like to be heard?
John McDonald, Las Vegas resident. The text in the agenda item makes reference to the floor area percentage and the yard area percentage. It says nothing at all about limitations on height whatsoever in the text of the agenda item. So that would not be an issue, apparently. And also, the applicant very reasonably states that his intended purpose is for personal security reasons, to store personal property in a safe manner. That seems like a very valid reason. And the term variance is exactly that. It means latitude for a valid, reasonable purpose. So on all of those grounds, I strongly recommend you approve these items without unnecessary delay. Thank you.
Ma'am, did you wish to be heard?
Yes, I do.
Come on up, please.
Thank you. My name is Palmer Christopher. I live at 5231 North Durango Drive, which is one of the properties that was noticed. We live within the same block as Mr. Youngblood's property. I am a co-owner of this property under the Paul Christopher Trust with Paul Christopher, and I just want to make a few points in objection to this project. First off, Mr. Youngblood came to our home one day and asked and got Paul there, and he asked Paul for his signature in approval of this project, and at which time Paul signed it. And at this time, Paul is here, he's sitting right here, but we are here to say that he is withdrawing his support of this project. The matter and the size of the project was completely misrepresented. At this very moment, a few moments ago, was the first I heard that it was even going to be a steel building. Now, we see this backyard from our property. We see it from our kitchen window. We see it from our French doors leading out to our backyard from our family room. This is kind of an upscale sort of neighborhood. Everybody has half-acre or so lots. There are no steel buildings in the neighborhood. There might be some blocks away. I don't know. I haven't checked the neighborhood. As I say, the first thing is I don't even know of this being a steel building project until just today. It's a quiet residential neighborhood. The size of the proposed structure, frankly, will lend itself to commercial purposes, and which are certainly not appropriate in this purely residential neighborhood. As far as Mr. Youngblood's personal intentions for this structure. I appreciate his needing storage space, but there are easily other things that can be done with the property, and there's nothing to say that he's not going to sell it the day the project's completed. And it would give a new owner certainly a different idea of what to expect out of his use of the property if he were to see a structure that is more than 50% the size of the house, and a steel structure at that. It would certainly look like it's intended for commercial or light commercial purposes. It's a quiet neighborhood. We really don't want to have that. We don't want to have to monitor our neighbors to see if they're using the property for commercial purposes. Your Planning Commission and your staff have both recommended denial, and we certainly are in support, well, we are certainly in agreement with them on this, that no support should be given and that your council should deny this application. And I thank you very much for hearing me.
All right, thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. I understand this is in Ward 4, not Ward 6, so Councilman Brown.
Youngblood, did you want to respond?
As far as selling, commercial use, it's not my intention at all as far as selling of the property with the building with the intent that somebody else is going to do that. I moved here in January, and this is my home. I spent 9 years at my last residence, 20 years at the residence prior to that. I don't intend on leaving soon, and I'm just trying to get it where it's livable for me. I bought this property because of the size, knowing that I would be able to put a building in the back, and at the time when I bought it, I did not realize that there was going to be any kind of a problem with the size of building that I wanted to put in there.
And I need to apologize because I was informed yesterday that this was a Ward 4 application, and certainly wasn't able to talk to you nor the neighbors. And I know the Lunas that are next door to the last speaker and the Precops, which are east of you, and they both signed petitions, so I do want to talk to them. I'm going to hold this in abeyance, and we need to meet to find out what your needs are. I do want to ask a couple questions to staff and legal, just so I can have some answers for the next time we hear this. One is the reference in the findings to NRS Chapter 278 as far as variances. It's, let me read it. In view of the absence of any hardships imposed by the site's physical characteristics, it is concluded that the applicant's hardship is preferential in nature, and it is thereby outside the realm of NRS Chapter 278 for granting variances. We don't need to answer now, but under this scenario in the staff report, are we even able to consider a variance if, in fact, the hardship is self-imposed? That would be directed to legal. To staff, there's some discrepancies in the staff report as far as the height. The reference is to 14 feet. If I can read the fine print in the drawings, the peak of the roof is 15.
Yeah, I think it's 17.5.
17, okay.
Yeah,
so
it's a 14-foot eve.
We need to straighten out some discrepancies in the staff report. There's also a reference to the septic on-site. I don't know where that's located, but there is a reference to coordinate with the health district. I'd like to understand what kind of obstacles in placing a permanent structure in and around the leach field. I don't know. I do say this, that this is a very unique area of the city, and Councilman Ross has represented this area, and I originally represented the area in 97 and 98 and parts of 99. It's unique in the city because most of the homes are half-acre or larger. A lot of deference is given to some of the homes because some of them have been out there for 20, 25 years. They have some structures there. I would caution you in your justification, which we'll talk about, just because other structures exist, that's justification to do something on your property that would require the variance for two reasons. One is we don't consider that. And secondly, you probably don't want the city to go out and start checking all these structures out in this part of the city, because I would venture to say that a portion of those have probably done without permits or perhaps illegal, and we don't want to bring that kind of neighborhood scrutiny down
Right,
on.
that's why I didn't give you addresses.
I know some of them, for sure. And the size of it, we can work on the size, because I think your justification of wanting to do this in the backyard is okay. And the fact that you, with the exception of the last speaker, have most of the neighbors in support of it, with the exception of the neighbor due north of you, which we need to address. The size of it, the place, buffering, there's no reference to any landscape buffering around here. Some of the other immediate neighbors that have structures in the back have some trees around the three sides, so we can talk about that. So what I'd like to do is hold this in abeyance, get some answers from staff and our legal to even ensure that we can move forward with it, and then work with you on finding something that perhaps could be a better fit into this entire block, Fisher, Durango, Washburn, and Lisa. Because I have no problems with what you're trying to do, and we'll give you deference because of the area, but we also truly want to be a good neighbor out there and not set any bad precedent.
Right.
Okay. Very good. So the motion, do you have 2 weeks or 4?
2 weeks.
All right.
Now, let me take that back, Your Honor. Mr. Youngblood, I'm not going to be here the first meeting in December. Would you be adverse to me holding this until the second meeting in December? That would ensure our ability to get together and then meet with some of the neighbors.
What's the date on that? December 20th? That's fine with me.
Okay. I appreciate that. Then, Your Honor, my motion would be to hold item 106 and 107 in abeyance until our December 20th meeting.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed, please. All right. Motion carries. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Item 110, 111, and 112. 110 is VAR 16161. The applicant is Bob Orsla. The owner is BP West Coast Products, LLC. Request for a variance to allow a 3.5-foot yard setback where a 20-foot setback is required on .69 acres of 1625 South Decatur Boulevard. It's in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval subject to conditions. 111 is SUP 16160. Same applicant, same owner. Request for a special use permit for a beer, wine cooler, off-sale establishment at 1625 South Decatur Boulevard. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval subject to conditions. And 112 is SDR 16158. Same applicant, same owner. Request for site development plan review for a waiver of perimeter landscaping requirements for a 3,032 square foot service station without automotive repair on .69 acres at 1625 South Decatur Boulevard. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval subject to conditions. These are all public hearings which are now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Ken Ballard on behalf of the applicant at 1950 East Warm Springs Road. What we're proposing to do is currently there is a convenience store with fuel canopies. We're proposing to demolish the existing structures, come in with a new C-store and new fuel canopies. In doing so, for working out the circulation to a more conducive state, we are eliminating existing drive cuts at this location and this location, landscaping it and only providing 2 accesses, which will provide better traffic at the intersection. About the variance, we're reducing the setback at this location. As mentioned, it was approved at the Planning Commission meeting. I think this illustration represents what we have is currently we're going to be right about 3.5 feet to our property line. The distance to the nearest structure is 63 feet. And with that, I just ask for your approval on all items.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right, folks, a public hearing. Would anyone want to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. This is Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward.
On item 110, ordinarily, I wouldn't feel we should reduce a setback from 20 feet to 3.5, but you have a cliff there, so it doesn't matter. You're not obstructing anything, so I move for approval on item number 110.
Okay, with conditions.
with conditions.
All right, very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. On 111, please.
I had a question on 111, and Margot was going to help me a little with this. Right now, you already sell beer.
We are okay with the conditions that were placed at the Planning Commission, where single package sales would not be permissible. We're okay with that.
But you already have it, and you're asking it again right here, and that's because of is it the 180 days in case?
Correct.
That's the problem. I move for approval.
If we could, I believe that's, on the use permit, is approval of conditions of approval from the variance and the design review. I believe the variance reference number is incorrect. It's listed as 16181, and I believe it should be 16161.
That is correct, I just saw that, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
That is a change to condition number 2.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out to us. All right, let's vote, please. Opposed?
Yes, that's approval with conditions as amended.
Right. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. And 112, please.
Move for approval
All right. With conditions. Let's vote.
with all conditions.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, 113 is VAR 16165. The applicant owner is Yang J. Jung. Request for a variance to allow 7 parking spaces for 13 parking spaces are the minimum required on .19 acres at 505 South Decatur Boulevard. It's in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Subject to conditions, it's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, council members, Mr. Mayor. Michael Dias, 113 West New York Avenue. Dr. Jung is with me this afternoon. He has asked me to speak for him as he has a concern that his English is not adequate. Dr. Jung recently purchased this property with the intent of opening a satellite office for his existing chiropractic practice. He was unaware that his practice would require additional parking for this particular piece of property. He has told me that he only expects to have 20 to 30 patients per day, which calcs out to 3 to 4 patients per hour, which can be accommodated by the existing 7 parking spaces. If we look at the site plan, the building and the 7 parking spaces are existing. Dr. Jung is not proposing to expand the footprint of this building, and there's just no other place on this site to add additional parking spaces. Dr. Jung realizes that he does not want to set precedent that typical medical offices should have reduced parking, but he knows that the existing number of spaces will be adequate for his practice, which again has less traffic than a typical medical office. Dr. Jung wants to be a good neighbor in the area and will monitor his patients so that they will not park on adjoining properties.
All right, thank you. Does Dr. Jung want to be heard himself? Would you like to be heard, sir?
Would you like to speak or say anything?
Yes. First of all, when I bought this building, I didn't know about this parking space problem exactly. But I'm trying to remove the inside, and then I talked to the city engineer, and then they ask more parking space. So before the existing building, they have a 9-way level, right? The parking space. The 10 parking space it was. So I think I thought it was no problem, but right now a little bit changed the code, so we need more parking space. So that's why I'm here.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right, thank you. It's a public hearing, folks. Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman?
Unfortunately, you're in a very conglomerated area, automobile-wise, and we've had several complaints about this from the residents, not only from the business, the Philly cheese business, which would be across the street on Lorna Place, but also from residents of Lorna Place. And their concern is, I'll just take a couple of comments from one of the letters. Already Lorna Place is overburdened with street parking near Decatur Boulevard, It also suffers from traffic cutting through the neighborhood from Charleston Boulevard to go north on Decatur, and it is a narrow street to which street parking further aggravates. We do have a problem there, and when I was out there, I've been out there many times, we have a conglomeration usually of cars. Sometimes we don't, but if you notice on the opposite side from where your building would be, a little down the street, some people have even painted red on their sidewalk edging in order to keep parking away from there. So that is a very significant problem, and I could not recommend approval based upon the fact that would add extra to the area, extra traffic problems. But I have a question, and this is what I had, Margot, earlier for you. He has 10 parking spaces there. Now, I know you said they have to be wider or something, but I don't understand. And as far as the one for ADA, it seemed to me there was one on the corner. When I went through there was one on the corner which would have met those specifications. So I went through your backup material, and just to recheck again on your pictures, and as I look at the one where you show right next to Lorna Place, I count 5, and the 5th one would be the one I think could be the ADA, and then you have, on the other side, you have 5 more, which makes 10. And those are already marked by white lines. So what I can understand is, you know, we could go if it was just 2 or 3 less than needed, but to go more than that is too much, I think. So I'm wondering if maybe we could look into this further, and could we just obey this until the next meeting?
If you would like, ma'am, yes.
I want you to know right now, though, there can't be any more parking problems on Lorna Place because it's a narrow, older city street, and it's already very crowded, and there's already parking coming from businesses on Decatur in order for them to get to work. So the only thing we would check into is on these parking places, unless Margot knows why the difference between that 10.
Mayor and Councilwoman, because the parking as it's currently striped does not meet code.
So it does not meet code.
So the plan that they have submitted shows 7 spaces, and that's all that they can accommodate on the site. They're certainly welcome to take another look and see if they can redesign it somehow, but we are working off the plan that they have submitted that is parking that meets code.
If I were to go then and make a motion today, it would be for denial based upon the information she has. If you would like to go back and see if you can rework the parking, we could obey it then until the next meeting and see if you can work that out. And I don't know if you can or not, but you could try.
We would appreciate that opportunity, yes, ma'am.
All right. Then I would move to obey until the next meeting.
Mayor Goodman.
Yes,
with your permission, Councilman, I just have a question. Could we go back to the picture that was on the screen before this picture? Do we not include in our technical analysis the street parking?
No, Mayor and Councilman, absolutely not. Street parking is not parking that is required to be provided by any use.
So in that photo, it looks like we have at least room for 2 curbside spaces on the right side of that photo and perhaps one on the left side of the driveway. Who parks on those curbs? I mean, these are not, are these homes that are directly to the...
Councilman, if I might answer, the one to the left would not be utilized because half of it would fall on as in front of another home, and there was parking by that owner at the time I was there anyway. The other 2, I was hoping might be able to be used to make up for the difference between the 10 and the 13.
Technically, we can't use them, but from a practical approach, perhaps it can be considered at least.
And that's why I thought if we had 10, we could go, we could make up the 13, but we certainly can't make up a larger number than that.
I certainly support your motion to put it over for further analysis.
Thank you.
all right, there's a motion to obey for 2 weeks. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, mine's not working, but that's all right. 114 and 115. 114 is SUP 15959. The applicant is Terrible Herbst Oil Company. Request for a special use permit for an auto repair garage minor at the northwest corner of Cliff Shadows Parkway and Clark County 215 Beltway alignment. It's in Ward 4. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval. And 115 is SDR 15956. The same applicant. The request for a site development plan review for a 3,200 square foot service station with a 1,821 square foot auto repair garage minor and a 3,480 square foot car wash with a waiver of the perimeter landscape standards on 1.7 acres at the northwest corner of Cliff Shadows Parkway and Clark County 215 Beltway alignment. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are public hearings which are now declared open. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Stacy Truesdale, 3773 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant. We appreciate staff's recommendation of approval, and I would just like to highlight one issue with the landscaping waiver. Because we have requested the landscaping waiver, we are providing 35 feet of landscaping up on the front of the property in order to make up the difference.
Thank you very much. Any questions of Ms. Truesdale? Folks, public hearing. Anyone want to be heard on 114 and 115?
I'd like to make a comment, Your Honor. I just want to point out, if I may, that Ms. Truesdale is one of our latest graduates of our Citizens Leadership Academy.
It's been a long day for her.
We need to treat her a little differently then, Your Honor. Just thought I'd point that out.
A little nicer, you're suggesting?
That might help.
Fair enough. All right. Councilman Brown answers with a motion for denial. Okay. All right. Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. I did have a chance to meet with the applicant on the issues before us, and I've also talked to the neighborhood associations up in the area. And this is not only is the Terrible Herbst gas station going to be a welcome addition to this area, but also the amenities that are before us today. So with that, I would move for approval, subject to staff conditions, on item 114.
Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. And 115, please.
Likewise, Your Honor, I would move for approval on item 115 with all staff conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? No. Motion carries.
Thank you.
All right. 116 is SUP 16110. The applicant is Picola, Nevada. The owner is Number 6 FAC LLC. Request for a special use permit for a 5,000 square foot tavern and a waiver of the required 1,500 foot minimum separation distance from two other taverns at 1205 South Fort Apache Road. This is in Ward 2. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Hi, Bruce Bain.
Okay, Mr. Bain.
We're asking for approval.
All right. I was wondering whether there was going to be a follow-up line. Okay. Any questions of Mr. Bain? All right, folks, the public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Bain. I would observe that this special use permit was approved back in 2003, but the license wasn't issued, so it expired. We're back here, same terms, everything's the same. Are you going to go forward with the project this time?
Actually, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but it's almost built.
My motion is for denial.
Let's go quickly. Okay.
What are we putting in there, Bruce?
Actually, it's a, if you know Bill Phillips, who operates the outside end facilities and the Red Hawk, and he's putting in a white tablecloth lounge and Martini's bar. It's called Martini's.
Food?
Excellent food.
What kind of food?
Steaks and chops.
Great. We need more restaurants.
I like wings, but I guess it's steaks and chops.
More restaurants in Ward 2. I've been saying that for 2 years. My motion is for approval.
Thank you.
Gin or vodka?
I think you can have whatever you like.
I will be there.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's vote, please.
Thank you.
Opposed? Yes.
I got one question, Mr. Bain, if I could, please.
Certainly.
Did you ever know how to umpire football or baseball games?
Well, I do have an extensive assignment schedule in the Mountain West this year, so I guess somebody still likes me.
I did that. I said, have you learned? Have you learned by it?
I know that I could never make you happy.
Thank you.
All right. Opposed, please. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Have a good day.
117 is SDR 16267. The applicant is Newland Communities, the owner is City of Las Vegas. Request for site development plan review for proposed mixed-use development with 17 development parcels on 61.57 acres located at the northeast corner of Grand Central Parkway and Bonneville Avenue. It's in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. The public hearing, which is now open. Mr. Adams.
Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. I guess I'm here as the department or the Director of the department with responsibility for managing the 61-acre project. Which I have before you is a request for site development review for the 61-acre development. Just a quick history, there have been a number of efforts in the past to bring the 61-acre under development, and those have resulted in past master plans and design guidelines. What we have before you is a new set of plans and design guidelines that will supersede these past plans and really move the site forward towards development. They are consistent with the Newland business plan that we presented to you at previous council meetings. And if you remember, we have a project management and consulting agreement with Newland Communities where Newland acts as our development guide. They have certain development rights. And so they're going to be presenting an overview of the site development review request today. Making that presentation will be Chuck Kubat, and also Rita Brandon is here, who could answer any questions you might have as well. So I'll turn it over to Chuck.
Very good. Mr. Kubat.
Mayor Goodman, members of the council, I'm very pleased to be here to represent Newland Communities in bringing to you the site development plan review and the design standards, which will guide the development, the organization and development of the site, and as well as the architectural design and the landscape and streetscape design for Union Park as it moves forward. We have an emphasis in these guidelines on a couple items. One, sustainability, asking projects to make an extra effort in that regard toward projects that have a sustainable kind of direction in their design and their impact on the environment. And two, also with regard to the arts. We would like a particular emphasis in this project on the arts. We already have that in a large way in the project with the Performing Arts Center, with the Lou Ruvo Brain Institute and Brain Center that's being designed by Frank Gehry. So architecture is art, and other kinds of art, and performing arts and visual arts will be a part of this project. You see on the monitor the site plan for Union Park. I won't belabor it, but that the project guidelines, the design standards that you are approving as well, are organized into four particular pieces. One is the first overall part is an orientation and organization of the site with the emphasis on kind of key design considerations such as access, building edges, tower locations, the arts, and the sustainability that I mentioned to you. For example, diagrams such as this indicating where garage faces can be, where access can be, and so on. And a page that specifically talks about the arts and what requirements we're going to make of projects relative to an artistic program. Secondly, the guidelines deal with streetscape and landscape and what kinds of open space design and what kinds of planting and characteristics of the streetscape that we want to incorporate into each project.
So, well, let me ask you this. I don't know whether we've been furnished with this particular booklet or...
If I may, Mr.
Yes.
Mayor, the only thing that is on the agenda today is the lotting pattern, if you will.
The what?
The lotting pattern, the setting of the different parcels.
All right.
Okay? And the conditions as they're written, for instance, condition number 4 says that all development on the individual development parcels shall be subject to approval of a site development plan application. So each of the developments on the individual lots will come back to you in the future.
No, I appreciate that, but I'm asking the question whether or not the visuals that are being presented to us have been presented to us in a booklet form as of yet.
It was my understanding that they were, we supplied them, and my understanding was that they were supplied to you.
May I ask my counsel whether or not they received it? I don't recall receiving it. Has anybody received it? I think this would be much more meaningful of a presentation if we had this before us at the time that the presentation is being made, but I don't believe that any of us have seen the document to which you're making reference, and it looks like it's a great document, but it's something that we want to be able to taste and enjoy before we are briefed on it.
Surely, that's
So
fine.
I'll move to obey this with all due respect for 2 weeks. That way we'll have the document, and we'll be able to enjoy your presentation. Is that a problem?
That's not a problem unless we want to move forward on the site development plan review, which is specifically just the parcels, and come back with the guidelines at a later date, if that's the one item that's on the agenda.
Is time of the essence on this? Would a 2-week abeyance disturb what you're trying to accomplish?
I don't think so.
No? Okay, well, let's do it. I would prefer to do it that way. I prefer to have the booklet in front of us, and then we'll really have a good idea as to what you're talking about.
Mayor, this is Brian. If I could, if the guidelines are to be voted on also, wouldn't we need a separate item for those? Because all I see here that's agended is a site development plan review for the actual parcels themselves.
Right.
Are you going to be voting on the guidelines also?
It was my understanding that the site development plan review and the guidelines were really a part of the same package.
But let's have 2 separate agenda items then, brought back 2 weeks from now, if we may, one on the guidelines and one on the site development plan, and then we can have all of that in front of us, and we can make a considered judgment when we cast our vote. So that's my motion, to obey for 2 weeks.
Excuse me,
not now, because we don't have anything in front of us.
Before you vote on that, I don't know what the closing deadline date is to get items considered for the next agenda. Are we beyond that time? Or?
Tomorrow at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
So would you stay up all night and get an item for us?
Of course.
All right,
Mr. Mayor, we'll take care of it.
All right, good. Let's vote on that, please. Vote on 2-week abeyance, please. Opposed? Good idea. Motion carries, and what we'll do, I'll direct staff so we don't have you waiting around all afternoon. We'll have it as the first item in the afternoon, okay? Right after, as soon as we begin our afternoon session, we'll call both of these items. Thank you very much. Okay. Item 118 is RQR 14476. The applicant is Lead Animal Foundation, the owner of City of Las Vegas. Required 1-year review of an approved site development plan review, which allowed temporary structures for an animal shelter on 8.39 acres at the southwest corner of Mojave Road and Harris Avenue. The Planning Commission staff recommend denial. It's a public hearing which is now open, and this is in Ward 3. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Stacy Truesdale, 3773 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant. Approximately 1 year ago, we came in with a site plan review for the temporary structures at the Animal Foundation, and at the time, there was a schedule that required us to bring down those temporary structures according to a schedule. We have made every effort in order to abide by the schedule to get the structures down, but unfortunately, with items beyond our control, we have removed structures 1 and 3, and the only remaining temporary animal structure on the property is structure number 2. That structure is currently only used to house cats. There are no dogs within that structure. So a lot of the noise concerns that were originally raised with the temporary structures have been alleviated by the removal of the dogs to the permanent facilities. Now, it's not as bad. It's not as bad. That was the mayor. Additionally, since this item went before the Planning Commission, the applicant has filed a review of conditions in order to extend the time permitted for structure number 2, and that application is now pending before, and will become before you, I believe, on December 6th, if my memory serves me correctly.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Truesdale? All right, folks, a public hearing?
Don McGowan, Las Vegas resident. I recommend you approve the item.
All right. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Reese.
Yes, Your Honor, because she is a friend of Councilman Ross, I'm going to make a motion for denial, please.
On will not vote on that.
I make motion for approval.
You will vote. Let's vote, please. Opposed? With conditions. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Madam Clerk, this is 119. Please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings, Centennial Hills Architectural Review Committee, and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. All right, public citizens' participation, item 120. Citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please step up to the podium, give us your name, and be happy to hear from you. Let's have a 3-minute timer on that. Thank you.
Calvin Allen, Las Vegas resident. In order to expedite for those members of the City Council or staff who may be planning to attend at the hour someplace nearby, I have no further public comment in today's meeting. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, Dorothy Burns, Las Vegas resident. I'm here because I'm still in distress, and the police department have not given me a solution. I've written up another complaint on this situation. I don't mean to come before you with these diplomatic issues, but my life has been threatened for a number of years with this situation, and I don't have enough money to travel like I desired. I was supposed to have been traveling over to California to visit an uncle, and I called him and told him what's holding me up here. Because people have robbed me without a gun or a knife. They have lied and stolen from me continuously, stipending off me. I complained to everyone I can know. You know, I can't get out on Nellis, and I went out to Nellis Air Force Base this past week and talked to the military police. They gave me a number to call the investigations department. But people are supposed to check in with the security forces, from what I understand. When anyone enters that military base, they are supposed to be required to check in with the security forces for their protection as well as mine and everyone else, because there are a lot of other sick people out there, and they can hurt sick people that the doctors and medical has to monitor from that military base if you're on a medical program to help maintain your health or life support system, you say. And I said, this is for her protection. How is it for my protection? I'm afraid to take this surgery. I'm facing major surgery. I'm supposed to have 2 surgeries, but I'll discuss all my medical conditions. But how is it for my protection when I'm threatened? I have to live like this, and then they want me to go along with all this dishonesty. They say, well, she'll do this, we'll help her. I shouldn't have to lie and steal to get assistance, be made a criminal, be on criminal status. But that's what they're up to. They're telling me, you know, that's what we have to do. Certain people I talk to, and then the other ones got attitude. They're blaming me because they were allowed out there to make this mess. I've been just getting over a cold. They have been allowed out there to make a mess, and I hear people say, well, she ought to know better. I mean, it's not my fault that someone allowed these people out there over me to make this mess, even after I complained. From day one that I entered this city as a tourist with Louisiana license, the first day I was in this city, I came over here to found this desk sergeant, and I don't remember the officer's name, but I said, I'm from Louisiana. I gave him my ID. I said, I'm here on tour. I'm a tourist. I've never been to Las Vegas before, but I have trouble back in my hometown, and I don't want it to affect my stay here. And I wanted to make sure you all know I'm in this city, and I have a problem, and I don't want to have to experience it in this city, because I didn't go over all the 9 yards of my nephew being shot to death at 19 years old at a convenience store in my hometown. He was shot to death by a gang member, a drug dealer. He shot him in the chest, collapsed his lung, hit the main artery to his heart. My nephew died on arrival into the trauma unit at 19 years old. Way before then, I complained to the police. Before that led up to my nephew being shot to death, a cousin being shot to death right before a family reunion. Somebody drove by and shot him in the back. I don't know if they found the person who did it. Even before that, then they tell me my granddaughter's supposed to be in my custody. I haven't seen she should be 13 now. I have not seen my granddaughter. Where's my grandchildren? And then I get the blame. I had to honor one of my grandchildren who accused me of running off and abandoning my children. And I did not abandon my children.
Okay, Ms. Barnes, you have to...
But I have people here doing things, and I need some answers. I need someone to give me some answers on controlling people that can go out there and make this kind of a mess.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes.
Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard during the citizens' participation?